Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're going to be doing a developer commentary for Close Your Eyes. This is to promote Red Haze, which is currently on Steam Greenlight. You can find it in the link in the description below, and I appreciate anyone who takes a moment to look at it. I do want to get on Steam after all. It's a semi-sequel to Close Your Eyes. This will not be hosted by me, the host. It'll be hosted by the developer, who is also me. Regardless, I hope you enjoy this developer commentary of Close Your Eyes, and hope that some of your questions may be answered, but not too many, that just ruined the fun. Just ruined the fun.
Hi. Now we're going to be doing a developer commentary of Close Your Eyes right now. It's probably going to be a bit of a small one, but I've got a few surprises along the way, so that's always part of the fun. Now, even though this is a developer commentary for Close Your Eyes, I'm actually not going to start with Close Your Eyes, and I'll talk what I mean in a second. We're going to be starting with Blank Slate. Blank Slate was the first game I ever released, not the first game I ever made. But it's the first one, and it's kind of important for me to play related to some other things, because I want to explain a few things as we go through. So we're actually going to be starting with Blank Slate. If you don't know what Blank Slate is, it was a game I originally made for a previous Ludum Dare in 2013, I believe, which stars a blank character inside a strange, cryptic, surreal world. Sounds a bit familiar, right? Regardless, we're going to be starting off with that front and moving straight into this. Let's get that rolling and going. So to explain what this is for, first of all, we're going to be doing the stream somewhat to help promote Red Haze. It'll be going up on YouTube pretty shortly after you stream. You might be watching this on YouTube right now, who knows. But it's to help get that semi-sequel to Close Your Eyes up on Steam, because it needs to go through Steam Greenlight, and to do it, or to get it through, really, it's a popularity contest. You have to sort of whore yourself out to make it work out and all that. For those on the stream side, you can feel free to ask questions. I will pick and choose some. If there's questions I think I can answer, then I'll answer them. If I can't, then I won't. I will also be trying to give a lot of insight during the course of this. With all this said and done, I think we're about ready to kick straight into this, actually. Which means let's get started, first of all, with Blank Slate, which you guys will see pop up on the screen momentarily. Turn off the screen. Turn off the screen. Yeah, boy. Okay. Now, here we go. This is perfect. Blank Slate. Fit right there into the screen. Hi. For those who don't know, Blank Slate was the first game I ever released to the public. It was made, again, for Ludum Dare. To talk on that front, there is issues I have with the game. Part of me thinks I might someday want to go back to this game and just remake it, but for now, that's not on the cards. We're just going to play Blank Slate, and I'll talk a little bit about this as we go. The theme of Blank Slate, the Ludum Dare theme, I mean, was minimalism, which was to say that we were supposed to make a game that had some sort of minimal design decision to it. In this case, I decided to go with graphics. This was also my first attempt to ever make music in my life. I realized since I had to make everything for the contest, I needed to make my own music, and I wanted the game to have music because I think music's important for horror, so anyways, Blank Slate. Please help. Pretty straightforward to the point, but we'll roll with it. And our character is as tiny as all living hell in this little hand-drawn environment deal. Anyways, I'll start looking around, investigating. A toilet plunger. I'll examine the toilet. The toilet is filthy. She never cleaned it. Just a few dirty tissues. The drain is plugged up. Something is cooking in the stove. Very little food. The couch, my resting place. No cable. With all this said, we can leave our house. The entrance, which is humongous to us, but yeah. My exit. I leave through here. Am I ready? I'm not, but of course I am actually ready. So let's go. I'm outside the white zone. You can now dash by holding, or by pressing shift. It's actually holding shift, but there you go. Look at this fantastic animation. You can also walk over your house, because why not? Regardless, let's investigate this sign. A sign. If you look at the back. There's nothing around the back of this sign. If you look at the front, cloudy to the south, access to the north, loss of will to the west, the epilogue to the east. And we have a little bit of a save station after this little block here. It needs a key, which means I'm going to go save that immediately. Actually, I have to press it on this one, I forgot. Anyways, it's been saved, and we have 2 different options that we can do. And honestly, you can do either or. They both will lead to the same eventual outcome. You'll find that these will push you against. I'm going to do this one, though. If you fail, if you see the timer at the top right, if you are there when the timer lets off, you jump forward and die. And it has the very default RPG Maker game over screen, but, it is what it is. What you're supposed to do is very quickly, on Wit's Edge, determine which areas you need to jump between. You can only jump to blocks that have a single space between them. There's a lot of false ends and a lot that you can go towards. You may also notice there's a noise that's getting louder the closer to this direction we go. That's because we're looking for something. You notice that the door locked just a second ago. Ooh, I think it took a wrong turn. Here we go. You notice how the door locked had a musical note on it? Here's the musical note. Obtain the Quaver key. Quaver, I can't pronounce things for the life of me. Regardless, we can take the exit over here. You can't stop once you press these. They just sort of boost you forward, and there you go until you hit the edge. You think it'd be a little bit painful. Now, technically, we could open this up right now, but I'm also going to do the other route because I'm a completionist. For both this and Close Your Eyes, I'm going to give a heads up. I'm going to be doing everything, basically, so get ready for that. Regardless, as you can see, there's a lot of different paths here, and since it's been a while since I've designed this game, I actually forget which path is the right path. I'm going to go up first, though. Let's go this way. I actually think I'm doing it correctly, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there we go. Now, which one was it here? I think it was this one. Let me try it. If it isn't the right one, it's okay. No. Yeah, it wouldn't be this complicated if it was the right way. Okay, which means going up is correct, but then going this way. Let's try the middle one. Here we go, yeah, it sends up into a zip around, which leads us over this way, which will also lead us to the musical note. You could do an either or, and it leads you to the same place, basically. We've already collected the musical note. I just want to do both of them because I can. Let's get out of here and insert our good old music note. Now, as you can kind of see, the game has a very minimalistic design to it. Very much so. I'm going to save here again and get myself right through this Quaver key area. You unlocked the door, so we claim. I mean, it wasn't even really a door, it looked more like a block with a musical note, but we'll go through. Suddenly the world darkens, we only have a little bit of a circle of light. I say a little bit, but honestly it takes up most of the screen regardless. And some chanting. This is also where I begin the trend of using my voice a lot. I'll get into that one a bit later, but we'll continue going forward. Suddenly, something briefly appeared there ahead of us, but who knows what? It's a mystery, until a few moments later, it begins to chase us! I'm not going to say what that is, but it counts like a harp. I'm just going to say that much. And we have in this sequence, another sequence where we can jump between a lot of things, and there is a puzzle here. Honestly, one of the most cumbersome puzzles I've ever made. I know the solution, but just because I'm going to show what happens if you take the wrong direction. You can't go back once you selected a direction. That's the worst part. We'll go over this. Yeah. I can be a cruel mistress sometimes. But if you choose the wrong way, that is the eventual outcome. Going from there, though, of course, I kind of know I know the answer to the solution to the puzzle, and I can do what I can do. This is also when I'm still learning about how to checkpoint accordingly. No one wants to go through this again. It's a long, dreary way. And honestly speaking, checkpoint is very important. I'm not going to spoil this, but the sequel to Close Your Eyes, which is somewhat promoting Red Haze, has no game overs. I'll just say that much. I'll talk more about that later, though. For now, let's continue going over this way. The long, dreary pathway which leads over this way, where this thing starts chasing us. I like making this track, regardless. Moving forward, this was still my first experience making music here. What you're supposed to do is use the audio to sort of judge which way is the right way. I believe it's this one. Has the loudest noises coming from this way. Yeah, it's the correct path. We go over this way, which leads to another save point, of course, because of the screen tint. It doesn't exactly look like it. That's a bit of a flaw, but regardless. The noise is getting louder over here. The somewhat clue to this, or at least what's supposed to be a clue, is that the key that you're looking for earlier makes it sound the closer you get to it. This is the same way. That wasn't exactly the best place hint, but whatever. Up ahead, we see something odd, and suddenly the screen fades out, and now we're inside a room, somewhat locked into where we are, and something's happening. Of course, there doesn't seem to be a way to get out. And it leads over to here. Now, a giant fish skeleton. A giant fishing hook is blocking the path. And when we talk to this thing over here, humans are selfish. Humans are greedy. I eat fish. Human eat my fish. Humans have plenty, but they take more. Humans eat my fish. I eat humans. But one human not eat my fish. But I ate him. Regret. Sad. Pay dues to human who not eat my fish. You may have noticed that there's different flowers at the top. And we read this stuff. Crimson shone across her bone as her lover shoved her. Her cheating sways in many ways. It's probably why he drugged her. The sun shined in, under his skin. His innards lay enlightened. Bright, he thought, only himself right. He was slayed, lonely and afraid. By just a look, you'd probably mistook the man as jolly and hearty. But look astray, and he'd gobble it away, consuming all in all. It struck her now as she drifted down that fate had never taken to her kindly, but she still wept, and the currents wept as she couldn't believe he fooled her. On winter night she stowed away on others' belongings. They were her prey, but by one misstep she slipped and slept, and by morning they had only found her body. Now the answer to this is to select the blue crystal, because the person is quote-unquote innocent. It's the blue bell petal, which means that we're going to ignore everything else. We've picked a petal from the blue bell petal. And as such, we are going to now interact with this thing again. Hey, you bring me petal from that human. This is her flower. She did not eat my fish. And if you brought him the wrong flower, he eats you. Because he can, apparently. I go now. Eat more greedy humans. Which makes the fishing hook disappear. No full me full now. Going on, we can go forwards, which leads to something that kind of resembles an apartment complex. We're going to save there again. The door is locked. All the doors are locked besides this one and the one over here called Ice. As you can see, Ice has a few odd things going on around it. There is in fact an ice machine with a weird trail around it. The trail of strange gray substance leads to this ice machine. Outside of the ice machine, nothing looks out of the ordinary. I would say that these weird gray marks do look a bit out of the ordinary. The wall here is smeared with a strange gray substance. You don't say. There are traces of a body that once lay here. Which means I guess we're going to head on back. But something begins happening, which doesn't according to us, of course. I'll give it a second. Yeah, so run around as I can, because I can be a little diverted little feller. We can go out now. And the whole area has gone a bit darker. We could have just... That room was totally optional. There was nothing we even need to do in there. We can go inside here and instead find a giant hole. It almost looks like a giant pool of black paint, but it surprisingly appears to be a giant hole. Leap in, back out. But of course we're actually going to leap in. Which leads straight into this area, which might look a little bit familiar to some people. We're going to go on forward and talk to this thing. Are you ready to hear my tale? I am not. Running only prolongs it. Are you ready to hear my tale? I'm ready. Pay close attention to what I heed. Memory is key. Goodwill is a delusion. Those who do good for themselves. Can't talk right now. Those who do good for others do it for the goodness of themselves. Love is but a fleeting desire to give yourself and be taken for yourself. The partner is but a catalysm of expression, durability, desire, and pleasure to affirm one's own loneliness and thus existence. Humor is just a reaction to the unfamiliar. Comedy is a cruel act against difference and to play down the uncomfortable. Innocence is nothing more than ignorance. Acting true to oneself is usually an act in itself. Those who are good-willed simply are suppressing their desires. Family is nature. In truth, most families don't even like each other. The greatest joy is found in the darkest deeds. Memory is key. Humor is, and this is a quiz, were you paying attention? Humor is reaction. Family is nature. Acting true to yourself is an act. Suppressing one's desire is deceitful. Oh, I think I messed up. I messed up! Please over this thing. Seems happy to see us. I forgot the answers to my own quiz. It's been a while. This was made a few years ago. It was the first game I'd released over to the public. I'll do my magic. No worries. I can hop right on in. Let me leap on in and take a solid look at you here. It's a lot brighter here because I didn't do the other event previously already. Goodwill is a delusion. Love a fleeting desire. Human is a reaction. In a sense, nothing more than ignorance. Acting true to oneself. Those who are goodwill are simply suppressing their desires. Family is nature. The greatest choice found. Memory is key. Humor is reaction. Family is nature. Acting true to yourself is an act. Suppressing one's desire is suppression. Oh. Right. Right. That's the trick. I remember the last one's the trickiest. Yeah, it's my own game, but it was a while ago. I remember that the last question is purposely a trick question, but I forget what the trick part of it is. That's a little bit humorous, actually. Are you ready? Pay close attention on heed. Memory is key. It's goodwill is a delusion. Those who do good for others do it for the goodness of themselves. Suppression is suppression. Now then, memory is key. Humor is reaction. Family is nature. Acting to yourself is an act. Suppressing, right. That was the trick. I did it backwards. Suppressing one's desire is goodwill. What drives you? Well, I forgot that was the trick there. The last question asks the same thing backwards. It's not asking for goodwill. It's asking what suppression is. So suppression is goodwill. Right, that was the trick. I remember now. What drives you? What do you move forward? Why do you move forward? What is your true nature? And that turns into this thing. Of course, we don't care about that. We also see this thing, which we will see a few more times throughout the night here. Caught in a web. If we go on down, well, there's not much here, so we're going to go back up, obviously. This has all been scrambled up. Scrambled. If we go forward, the statue has changed yet again. Let's speak to it. Your arm. What? Question many would ask themselves in such a situation. Promise, don't exhale. All that I listen to. Well, suddenly his arm is missing, because why not? Adequate. Simply, I touch. Thank you, Mom. Game over on Stanford, like AestheticGamer, all art, music, sound effects, and game workings were all done in 34 hours in Lunar 26, theme minimalism. And there you go. I played this first because it relates to some things that we'll get into later. This was the first game I released publicly. There's a lot of flaws with it. I've thought about recreating it at some point, but no plans for that immediately. But I played this first because it's related to some other things that we'll be getting into tonight, which we will get into shortly. Now, there's one other thing we're going to do before we get to the proper Close Your Eyes playthrough, and that is I'm going to play the original version of Close Your Eyes. As some people may know, Close Your Eyes was reworked twice. Close Your Eyes first existed as a Ludum Dare game, and this is the original version of Close Your Eyes. I still have it on hand. It's actually still available online if you know where to look, but I'm going to do it for comparison here because there were a lot of changes between this and the final version. Now then, for Close Your Eyes, the original version, see if you can spot some differences if you know the later versions. I'm not going to play the Redux version, I'm going to play the Redux final expansion version, because really it's just the Redux version expanded. Regardless, let's play the original version of Close Your Eyes. You'll notice a huge number of differences. You also first notice the title screen is doodly doodle, because I can't draw. And this was all made by myself in a span of, I don't remember how many hours off the top, I think it was like 36. Anyways, this was the second game I released. No, actually, correction, this was the third game I released because Girls' Graveyard came between them. We'll play Girls' Graveyard last, actually, but only because it's available in the goodie bag for Close Your Eyes as the DLC thingy. Let's go. Close your eyes. The first big difference, I'm not going to talk about the differences right now actually, because maybe you're watching it for the first time. I'll just go through this. Do you have any last words? Then may God have mercy on your soul. Release the platform. What in tarnations? The damn rope broke. Someone stop him, he's getting away. Which leads to a kind of familiar scene. Hey. You may notice a few things that are different if you've seen this before. There are pipes sticking out from the wall. When I go over this direction, weeds are growing up from the ground. You don't say me. We're gonna go on straight on down and go through this incredibly long stairway that's ever so slowly gets darker as it fades away. It's a long stairway. Who knew you would descend so far? Deeper and deeper. We just keep going deeper. This end will come pretty soon. There's the music. We just keep going deeper. And deeper and deeper and deeper. There's the bottom. Which leads over to this area. Let's go take a solid look. It's too dark to see. Don't say it's too dark to see. We can continue going forward to the train station there. What we actually need to do is go down here. Give me a second to fetch it. And there it is. It's too dark to see. A lighter. This could be useful. Ah, much better. An eye staring back at me. A poster of an eye, I mean. You don't say there. Now our character's gonna go forward this way, and we got a few things to accomplish. There is a puzzle lined here in this train station that we're gonna get to in a second, but there's also a few things we can observe, such as these things being trash cans, a garbage can. Can't say I see anything of use. You don't say there. Now this character doesn't properly have a name, but I just call them Marshmallow Monk because they look like a marshmallow monk. There you go. I'm also gonna go talk to this thing up here. Oh my, a corpse. It looks a bit odd. You don't say. Also, if we look over here, there's some metal grating we can't go through. A metal wire gate is blocking the way. It seems to descend further into the subway system. Alas, no luck for us, which means we're gonna look up here, where we find a note. Now before we look at the note, there is something else of note. Over here there is a train, which I'm making my way to right now. Looks like a little doodly train. A train is parked here. It looks a bit peculiar. It's also locked, which means we can go through the process to try and unlock it. Let's go do it. Reading this right here, I noticed plastered here. It seems to be related to the train system here. A different door opens at each station. The train comes from the east and then goes back west to finally rest here when the station closes. The station to the east opens the blue door, this station opens the red door, the first station to the west opens the yellow door, the second station to the west opens the green door. The train's route is the same every day. It goes from our station to the station to the east. It then comes back here and then heads west, making each stop. Then it returns back to the farthest east, or from the farthest west to the east, stopping at one station over to the west, and then heading further west again for one last stop. It then takes no stops back until it comes to a rest here. The ruse also doubles as the release of the security lock. This note was originally a lot more confusingly written, but I know the solution off the top of my head. Let's go on up. This seems to control the security lock of the train. Enter in the passcode. Which button will you press? Red, blue, red, yellow, green, red. That was it! The train security should now be unlocked. Now, if we move back over here, we're going to end up at the train in a second. A lot of these following parts will be familiar, but there'll be slight alterations that we're making. We'll talk about that when we get to the actual final expansion version. The door is unlocked, which lets us in, and we can descend further down here. You can actually go beyond it, so you have to go down it. Now, you know how I said descending those stairs earlier were really long? Wait till you see this. This is going to be great. Down and down. This goes on for a while. Hey. Can't observe this, so we'll continue going downward. Such a long ladder. It's actually not supposed to be a ladder, but my case is that you can interpret it as either a ladder or train tracks. And most people sort of pick up on that, which I'm happy about. And that's the Northern Cross. Are you still afraid of the dark? Let the moon comfort you. The moon provides light too, you know. And if you ever get too scared while alone in the dark, close your eyes. Which means we'll continue descending a little bit further down here. If one must continue going down. And yes, there is whispering. The whispering that's being said, if in the final version you actually turn on the volume and hear it more clearly if you really wanted to, but it's just whispering saying close your eyes. Regardless, scrambled eggs. I prepared your eggs just how you like them. Huh? Why are you crying? Oh, I'm sorry, that was insensitive of me. It was actually insensitive, I'm pointing out to myself. She used to prepare them just like this, didn't she? Now then, moving on down. You may... I keep on wanting to talk about the final version, but I'll talk about the final version when I get to it. This section, I'll just say, is a lot longer than the original, or the final version. I'm sorry for throwing rocks at your window, but come here. There's something I want to show you. Come on, lazy head, if you don't hurry, you'll... It just continues to descend. There is an important lesson to learn here about length, longevity. And something else. The itsy bitsy spider. And thus we make it to the bottom of this incredibly long train track sequence, ladder, whatever you want to call it. Let's go. Once I reach the bottom, it's a little bit further down. We're almost there. Marshmallow Monk must have some really good stamina. There we go. And now we reach our first save file, which just happens automatically. We go on down a little bit and arrive here. We can't observe anything, though. It's not possible yet. There's something here which will catch our attention. Actually, there's two things I'm going to look at. First of all, is you. Someone left a half-eaten burger in here. We look up here. Another eye poster. But this one doesn't give you a hint, but there is a message scrawled right here. There's a message scrawled on the wall. It reads, right, left, up, left, down. What are these? Moving on from this point, there's a giant skull here hanging from webs. Cobwebs fill its eyes. Who doesn't say that? Now, there's a devious part of this puzzle from the original version. If you don't guess the right direction, it'll continue looping for you. It just gets brighter there. Like, let me take a wrong direction just a second. Notice how I got brighter again? Because I'm devious. I'm incredibly devious. It gets darker if you're doing the right thing, though. So, right, left, up, left, down. Now, this is the point at which the game is really going to venture in an incredibly different direction than this. Basically, everything that happens from here you can consider non-canon because I completely scrapped it. I do not know what sleep-deprived state I was in when I was working on this. I was up almost all night working on this game because it was a 48-hour time competition. And I don't know what thought this was a good idea, but you guys are about to see it. I kind of like to forget that this following character exists, but it does exist in this version of the game. Let's go with it. Tell me, boy, have you ever killed a man? It's the Southern Talking Spider, everyone's favorite character. Close your eyes. You have? You can't lie to me, boy. You got a noose tied around your neck. Tell me, boy, how does it feel to kill a man? Why am I asking this? Why am I asking when there's a body right next to me? Nah, boy, this here corpse weren't no man, I tell you what. Then again, I reckon you ain't no man either. Killing a deer or a criminal is so much different than killing a man. At least from what I've heard. Well, I reckon you ain't gonna talk all that much, so take a seat. This will all be over before you know it, boy. And thus begins the spidery chase sequence. Which gives us a second Marshmallow Monk. It's his old adversary that we're going to completely forget exists in the future. Originally, this Spider was kind of Marshmallow Monk's his main antagonist. Don't ask, I don't know. I was tired, okay? We're gonna continue over to this sequence, stitch the spider for a little bit. Go up here as we take a ladder up. Tarnations, a ladder? How'd you figure out I can't climb damn ladders? Well, ain't no problem. I reckon you can't get too far. You hear me, boy? I'm gonna find you and tear your skin off and plant my eggs in your carcass. Pleasant. Now time for a very familiar scene.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
As we listen to a familiar character.
How y'all doing? Now, the name of the game is to answer truest to yourself. There's no right and wrong. Everyone's a winner. Or a loser, depending on how you think about it. Life is all about perception, you see. On to the first question. You're a murderer. We all know it. What do you think you are?
Of course, we only have but one decision.
Yes, you are. And you narrowly avoided death row. How exciting. You're saying I rigged the questions? Only one answer. Oh, you're a funny one. There's always only one answer. On to the next question. Question 2. Are we beneath the surface?
Now, there was actually an option I eliminated from this because this theme of the game was beneath the surface, and there's just this kind of joke option right here that was taken out of the final because I didn't like it. But anyways, that's shoehorning the theme in.
Cute. Next question.
I was going to, of course, answer that one right now.
But first, the message and responses. Have you had trouble seeing clearly? Well, Hawthorne's Hospital for the Insane would like to remind you, close your eyes.
There might have been a slight difference to that line. What am I talking about?
Just close them. Then you'll really start seeing.
There's also going to be a pretty big difference coming in a second one with the original version. Yes, good. Except what you've done is the first step. Do not back out of blocking the truth, not show your eyes to reality. Overcoming such mental block. This part is completely scrapped because I didn't like it in the end. Overcoming such mental blockade is no easy task. You have to really dig in deep. It drills its nails into you and captures you in its own web of personal monsters. You have to go past the surface, deep into the problem itself. So ask yourself, what is my problem? How do I solve it? How do I face the monster inside of me? Well, that's quite enough for today. See you tomorrow. Return to your room. And remember, don't close your eyes. We're gonna save there. Second save point. Leads to a familiar room, though. Actually, all the music in the game is A-okay. All of it is either made by me or royalty-free there. Anyways, as we go through the original version and close your eyes, all patients must return to their rooms before sunset, which means we're gonna do that right now. Now, you actually go through the sequence in reverse to what you do in the final, and there's also no questions being asked towards you. Almost all the tracks were composed by me, with the exception of the vocal tracks and a few royalty-free things, but they are royalty-free, so you're fine. Anyways, now we meet our favorite spider again. We're gonna forget they exist, pretend that he does not exist. Oh my, you think you're insane? Is that what you've conjured up for yourself? Well, that is amusing. I think both you and I know exactly what you did and why you did it. Those who plead insanity aren't really insane, you know. True insanity means you aren't really aware of it. Just because you're seeing these things, the others doesn't make you insane, man. No, sir. There's also a typo there, whatever. It's the scrap scene. The vocal song will match a copyright thing, but if you dispute it, it'll go away. It's just because I know the person, and it'll go away if you dispute it. That's what I was gonna say. There's a song in the final version of Close Your Eyes that's like that, so yeah. So tell me, boy, did it feel like any sort of sensation you ever had before or since when you wringed the last ounces of life out of her neck? I hear you didn't just stop there eating either. You really went to town on her, ain't no lie. You dug your fingers deep into the neck of hers, really felt round beneath the skin. They say they found you sticking your ear right into her throat. What were you listening for, boy? A heartbeat? A whisper? Nah, it doesn't seem to strike a fancy. You know, you didn't need to listen for that. You weren't mistaken. She really was still breathing after all that. And she really was still saying sorry even after all you did to her. What a kind lady, ain't that right, boy? But I think we all know it ain't because of her sin and why we're all here. Why don't you just spit it up, boy? There ain't no guardian angels for the wicked, you hear? Sooner or later you're gonna slip, mess up, and I'll be there. Arachnophobia ain't just some little fear, boy. Men fear us because it's human nature. Some have come to accept us. After all, most of our kind pose no threat to humanity. But back in the times of old, us spiders have always made sure you humans are kept in check, and that sort of prehistoric ruin really lasts, you know. But it ain't no man who's gotta fear me. It's the inhuman who really should start shedding tears. I see what you're trying to do, boy, and it ain't gonna work. Just try to outlive me, which leads over to this scene. I'm gonna save again. Let's hope I can do this in one go. We'll roll with it. Alright, I got this. God damn, there's a spider that's waiting for me up there. God dang it. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to try at least once more. You have to survive for a minute. That's what you're supposed to do. Oh geez, that's closer than it should be. Bright side, they're all following me this time, pretty closely even. Oh, god dang it. I realized what they were about to try, and they were going to try and cut me off. Oh my. Well, in this version, unfortunately, this is the original version of Close Your Eyes. The announcer doesn't play as big of a role, and there's a few things that are in it which I decided to scrap later. For good reason, I think. God dang it. This sequence is really hard. You're supposed to survive for a minute, but they're about as fast as you, and it's probably a reason. There's a number of reasons I scrapped this scene. I've actually scrapped this version from all sites but the original Ludum Dare site. So you can still find it. It's still downloadable. I wouldn't recommend it though. I like to think that the version that's available to everyone is the version that should be played, not this original scrap version, which I'm not going to have difficulty in my own sequence because this is a hard sequence. It is a hard sequence going through, but it's part of the Close Your Eyes experience if I'm going to talk about the development of the game. I'm sure you can notice a few differences from the final version. Well, this is a hard part. That's why I got rid of it. It's a bullshit part. Oh god. I'm gonna go down here. Okay. I got them in the loop around I like them to be in, because that's the easiest way to take care of it. If you can get them all grouped together like that and do what I'm doing right now, it's a lot easier. I might have to actually go up here and do it in reverse though. I just have to survive for a minute, me. Just gonna do the outskirts so I can survive till the time limit's up. It's about to run out. It's when the music loops that's about to stop. Okay. There we go. Of course. Well, ain't that the darnest thing? Why do you struggle so much, boy? Almost makes it seem like you have somewhere to go. No one would take the likes of you in, boy. After your mom died, there was about only one person who ever gave a rat's ass about her, you, and you killed her. Only someone really depraved kills someone that really does care about them. Unless... Boy, if you are meddling in affairs like that, I advise you that you'll never be forgiven. You're already as good as dead, the living damned, a dead person beneath a living one's skin. There's nothing but misfortune and pain on this path you tread. But I ain't gonna stop you. Maybe even at this point you're still human. Stick to the light. This will also be a familiar scene. Which means we're gonna go stick to the light from the original version. However, though, things are about to go in another radically different direction outside of Spiders. There's going to be a host scene that's not in the final, and it's not there for good reason, because there's a lot that's changed about the plot and various elements of it from here. Don't take anything that this version of the game says at face value, because I reworked the plot a lot after this. I'll talk more about when I finish the game, but you'll see a scene.
Welcome, folks, to another exciting questionnaire. This time, the stakes are higher, the questions tougher. Oh, someone turn the cooler on. I'm getting absolutely kidding. Now, the rules are simple. There's only two choices. One is right, and the other is, well, wrong. Get it wrong, and you die. That'd be annoying, wouldn't it? I mean, we haven't had a save since before the final boss fight. So with all that said, on to the first question. Did you kill the only person important in your life? To the left means you're still denying it. To the right means you come to accept it. You could lie. Well, why would you?
We're gonna obviously go to the right. Yeah.
Oh, excellent work! Acceptance is the first step to recovery. Of course, some damages that bearable. Now, this question is a bit of a doozy. It wouldn't be fair to send you alone on this one, so you get one helpline. Applause for our surprise.
I accidentally skipped that. Anyways, though, this all was scrapped in the final version. There's good reason for it. I was still breathing when you killed me, you know. You tried so hard to kill me, but you miraculously avoided any fatal wounds. They got to me before I bled to death, and now I lay here in a coma, a vegetable. You're a liar. Both of us knew what we wanted, but now, because of your weakness, I lay here to suffer. Is this what you wanted? Do you plan to continue to revel in your own self-pity? This is all because of you.
Oh, wow. She's a bit feisty, ain't she? Who woke up on the wrong side of the bed? Then again, guess you can't really choose sides when you're a vegetable. Question 2. Did she ask you to kill her? To the left means a resounding yes. Ahead means you don't think so. Think carefully now.
But of course, I'll go over here to the left. Now comes another familiar scene.
Who am I? Who am I? You still haven't figured it out yet?
Some of these lines were reused.
Never close your eyes and colors form on the back of your eyelids.
Some of that have not seen the original version. I'm sure you can recognize what some of these lines were used in the final version, but yeah.
Where you lay your head to rest and there's a sound coming from where there should be none. Why can't one dream with their eyes awake? Why is the darkness of the world so much more terrifying than the darkness beyond their eyes? Why is what's behind them more terrifying than what they see in front of them, no matter how disturbing it might be?
It's the unseen. Close your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Close your eyes. Do you have any last words? Then may God have mercy on your soul. Release the platform. This is one of the endings in the final version. It's the original ending. It's actually the ending that most people get, and they think it's the end of the game. But we'll get to that in a little bit. I'm sorry for waking you up, sleepyhead, but I need to show you this. The dialogue has changed around quite a bit because the storyline changed quite a bit. Close your eyes. Why? Because it's a surprise, silly. Now reach out your hands. I found this buried beneath the tree in my yard. I know how important it is to you. Your mom must have buried it here, so maybe I'd find it to give it to you. She was always so caring and observant. There's some typos here. You know, but again, this was a time competition, so it is what it is. You know what they say about this, right? If you use this on the anniversary of her death, maybe, just maybe, and I'll be here with you too. You can use me, I don't mind. If it's for your mother, Now open your eyes. Screen a bit longer. Close Your Eyes, made by AestheticGamer, Ryan Stanford for Lunar 29. The theme was Beneath the Surface. All sprites, music, voices, and the like were made by myself in a span of 32 hours. Now, we're going to finally go on to the final version expansion, but yeah. Let's go on back. We're going to miss the guitar part. It's my favorite part. Yeah, we missed it. Anyway, Shutdown. So that was the original version of Close Your Eyes. Okay, so now we're going to actually start the developer commentary part of the final expansion version of Close Your Eyes. We're going to be getting all 7 endings. I'll also be doing the Girls' Graveyard, which has some changes to it from the final version of Girls' Graveyard. We're going to be going through everything. I'm also going to show off some secrets and all that, some of which most people have not discovered. Anyways, though, let's get ourselves started and rolling and going with it. So let's get ourselves rolling and started with Close Your Eyes, final expansion Redux version. I'll show you get all 7 endings here. Hey everyone. I don't really need to say that, do I? Anyways, let's get on to the final expansion Redux whatever for Close Your Eyes. This game contains violent, disturbing, cruel, and graphic content that may not be suitable for all audiences. Now, between this version of Close Your Eyes and the final version, there was a Redux version that released, but this is kind of just an expanded version of the Redux. Basically, almost every scene from the Redux version is still in the game, and that's just added to it, so there's no reason really to play the Redux compared to the final expansion. Regardless. Options, we can change the music around, change the screen size, but we're good. We're going to get started straight into this, and I'm also going to talk about differences between this version and the Redux version, so let's go straight into Close Your Eyes, Redux Final Expansion. Start. Before playing, the options menu on the title screen lets you adjust resolution and audio settings. Pressing F12 will reset the game at any time. Defaulting on keyboard controls are arrow keys, basically all the control stuff. F12 will reset the game. F1 will show frame rate. Pressing Alt Enter will go to full screen. As a horror game, don't rob yourself the experience. The game is best enjoyed in a dark environment wearing headphones. It probably is best enjoyed if you haven't actually designed the game and know exactly how it works, but you know, we're going to ignore that one right now. Please close your eyes and giggle. Maybe a little loud? I can roll with it. I'll turn myself up as opposed to turning the game down. The game deserves to be heard. Okay, hopefully my volume, if I'm too loud, tell me and all that. Hopefully this is okay. I should be pretty loud, actually. Regardless, let's go. Close your eyes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
As you see, there's a new opening. This was actually added to the Redux version as opposed to the final expansion version. I'm adjusting one thing briefly. There we go. So yeah.
Boys and girls.
Hi, host.
How y'all doing? Today, our exciting contestant is death-defying. Death-wrong-defying, that is. He's a little tied up right now. Let's go check on him.
Now, the host, that character, plays a much bigger role in the Redux and final expansion version of Close Your Eyes. In the original one, he has a couple questionnaire sections. You never get to really see him, and you spend more time with the Southern Talking Spider. You're also going to notice a number of changes to even familiar scenes and a lot of new scenes as well. Do you have any last words? Then may God have mercy on your soul. Release the platform. What in tarnations? The damn rope broke. Someone stop him, he's getting away. which leads off to this scene. Now, one thing you might notice is that Marshmallow Monk is actually no longer in a brown cloak, he's in a gray cloak. His color was changed. I changed the color on his sprite for the final Redux version to match the artwork that Rinks did for this version of the game, which we just saw the first piece of in the title screen a little bit ago. She did over 50 pieces of art for this version of Close Your Eyes. I am very grateful to her for it. The door is also shaking, the stairs are a lot shorter this time and also thinner. We can also investigate things now. There's windows underneath them. There are pipes sticking out from the wall. The wall's even bluer. Everything's more colorful. Weeds are growing up from the ground, and the door is shaking. I've blocked the door with a pipe. Someone is drastically trying to get in. But anyways, the reason why his color was changed to gray was to match the artwork more, and also I've decided that I like him looking gray better than I like him looking brown. I'm saying him, but honestly speaking, Marshmallow Monk doesn't have a specific gender, at least it's not that specific. You'll hear Marshmallow Monk in this game be referred to as both a he and a she. We'll get to that when we get to that. For now, we descend. See something odd below us, which means we'll continue through. Now, this scene is actually, the stairs and all that were from the original, and this scene is also a little bit different. I don't think going back to the surface benefits us. However, though, and this is important to note, this is also new to the final expansion version. Up until you get to the train puzzle that was in the original as well, it's new stuff that was for the final expansion version. The subway must have been long abandoned. There are weeds growing everywhere. And these are our new save points. We click on them, and we save our game. I'm going to keep a variety of save files just so I can get all the endings, and we're also going to be playing the Girls' Graveyard minigame, which has some differences to the final version of Girls' Graveyard as well, or the free version of Girls' Graveyard. It's kind of a goodie. The goodie bag DLC for Close Your Eyes also includes the soundtrack and artwork pieces. For now, though, let's investigate this poster. Huh? A poster of an eye. Wonder what it's for. Now, here's something that most people don't know about this version of the game. There is a puzzle later in, and we just kind of saw it in the original version of the game, where an eye poster is looking at a message scrawled on the wall, and it tells you the directions to go through the tunnels. What most people haven't figured out is that there's actually a message scrawled on every single eye poster in the game, and here's the first one. There's something written here. She cackles in darkness. Okay. Going from there, but there is a separate message tied to every single eye poster, which hints at some things. Apparently, I was too hidden with that, because most Let's Plays, I've never seen anyone but one person figure that out. Even with the poster that comes after the puzzle poster. Are these for ventilation? Going from that point, we can also look over here. The route is blocked by the turnstile to the right there. This seems to be a turnstile. It's not letting me pass. I don't have a ticket, but maybe if I find one, it'll let me by. Let me go inside through here. No time to be gardening. You don't say there, Marshmallow Monk. Hidden Hag holds the key. A work of graffiti. There's a message written with it. Hidden Hag holds the key. There's a lot of secrets in this game that people don't know about, but I know about because I made the game. Now we have our second example of this right here. Is this poster supposed to be of an eye? What a strange symbol. There's something written here. Follow the witch's howl. Which means we're gonna go on up and do what we do. Hey. Which leads to this little tape set here. I don't know why they don't use vents or something. The question of the age. There's also these locked doors. The door is locked. There's no sign of a keyhole, so I'm not quite sure how you open it. And it's the same for all three doors around the area. There's no sign of a keyhole, so not sure how you open it. There's also this cassette player here. This appears to be a tape player and recorder. If I had a tape or cassette, I could play it here. And there's 5 guesses what's inside this bush. There's something caught in the weeds. Obtained red-labeled cassette. Doesn't appear to be anything else here. This appears to be a tape player and recorder. Play the red-labeled cassette, not now, maybe later, which means, of course, I'm going to do it right now. Let's do it. The person who's going to be singing in a second is... she goes by a different name online usually, but her name is Dorian. Talking about it, though, she does the scening for the cassette tapes here, and she voices the yellow-dressed girl who I refer to as Ghastly. We'll get to her later.
Snort, snort, can you see where she hides? If you get one, you'll be the one.
What a peculiar song.
Snort, snort, can you see
What was
where
that?
she hides? If you
This appears to be a tape player and recorder. The red label cassette is playing inside it right now. Giggle, snort, snort, can you see where she hides? If you guess wrong, you'll be the one who dies. Turn the tape player on or off. You can turn it off if you don't want to hear it, but I like to keep it on. I'm going to say this about the recording sessions. We actually did this at the same time we did the voices for Ghastly, which was done a few days before we finally released the final version of the game. The voice acting for her was one of the last things we actually got done. She actually suggested some changes for some of the songs, so some of the lyrics aren't what they were originally written as, but I think they work fine. Partially to get down the rhythm correctly and to work well with the game. Regardless, I'm going to turn the song back on. If you leave to different rooms, the song slowly fades on out, and this was a lot trickier to get to work than it sounds. It was actually more annoying than it should have been, but anyways. The door is open. Which leads into a very dark room. Seems to be a light switch, but there's no power being supplied to it. You can hear something in the background, though. There's an item here. Obtain the blue labeled cassette. Which means we're going to go on back and mess around with the cassette player again. It's a tape player and recorder. So off the red label cassette with the blue label cassette? Nah. Now, of course, we're going to do it. Put in the second cassette.
Once upon a time in another place there was an old hag, or so they say. She cursed anyone who dared tread on her.
A tape player and recorder. The blue label cassette is playing inside it right now. Once upon a time in another place there was an old hag, or so they say. She cursed anyone who dared tread on her lonely space. I have to sing the songs with her, but I can't sing. I'll keep it on, though. Let's go over this way. Now, originally I was thinking about putting death traps in this sequence, but I figured this was the beginning of the game, so maybe they'd be a little bit too evasive. But some people, maybe I should have. Some people thought there were death traps. It's why some of the tape cassettes are related to the rooms that you're about to go into. I was originally going to make traps in these rooms, but I decided against it because it's literally the first thing you do in the game, and I don't want to throw game overs in their face at the very beginning, so yeah. There's an item here. Obtained yellow label cassettes. Anyways, we're going to go back on over. Of course, I don't tell the player that. If they're evasive of it, then that's great. It's a tape player and recorder. Swap the blue label cassette with the yellow label cassette? Yep. This one sounds a bit sad. The yellow label cassette is playing inside right now. Scratching at your fears, let the tears flow. Lost in an empty shell, only known as hatred. Anyways, I will keep it on and go over this way. Now then, there's a little small things to investigate. I wonder how these weeds sustain themselves. Quite the question. More pipes. It's a power generator. Turn it on, keep off. I don't have a good feeling about this. Turn it on. The power is now on, and the song has strangely disappeared. A tape player and recorder. It's no longer working. Which means we can go inside here. The door is open. And now we can turn the power back on. It's a light switch. The power's back on, so it's working now. Flip the switch. Now, half the people who flip the switch notice what flashes on the screen for a second. The other half never notice it, but there is something that flashes here, which we'll see in just a second, so I'll flip the switch to see if you see it. Was this here before? I guess it was rather dark. Obtain turnstile ticket. There's nothing else here. We'll go on back. Now, there was actually a glitch which was introduced in the patch in the game. I'm going to say the story before I move forward. I wish I could add more edits to Close Your Eyes, but unfortunately I've lost the source stuff for Close Your Eyes. little bit after I released the Girls' I'm happy I got everything released and done. After I released Close Your Eyes, my hard drive started acting up, and I had to deal with a sort of broken hard drive as I worked on the DLC fixes for Girls' Graveyard. And I was able to release that, but shortly after I released Girls' Graveyard, my hard drive failed and died. So I lost all the data related to the source files of Close Your Eyes, which is unfortunate. And there's only a few things I want to fix. There's a few things I'm aware of, which I'd like to fix, but I can't anymore, so yeah. Now, talking about that, though, one of them is that this song, this droning sound, is supposed to last for a while, but it disappears after you leave this room because of a mistake I made. Thankfully, most people might not think it's a mistake because this kind of takes its place, but it is a mistake, so... Did someone just record this? Who knows? Anyways, we can leave on back out. But there was supposed to be a drone sound instead of complete silence as we go through these previous areas. But silence works too. But it's actually not supposed to be silence. We also see a strange message now scrolling the wall where we saw the hidden hag sign earlier. I saw you. Questions, oh questions. Now we have the turnstiles ticket, but we're gonna first go and save our game because we can. Let's roll and go and save that. Now, there are a number of small little hidden scenes in the game that you can trigger if you do specific things. I tried to predict where players may or may not do things, and this is one of them. I predicted a lot of players would go backwards to save their game, because being wary and there wasn't a save point in a while. And also nervousness, just don't want to die and redo all that. But as such, when we go backwards, peculiar. Of course, there's nothing here now, but... Yar. Now, let's turn the turnstile ticket in. Yep, to the right there. Insert the turnstile ticket, which opens the pathway. The turnstile gate is now open. Yep, it is now open for service. Which means we can go up into this strange, slightly foggy area. However, though, of note, there's just another save station right here, because why not? Gonna save our game there and go forward. What am I supposed to do? Jump off? But of course. However, though, before we go forward, now this is a scene where I've only seen like 2 people figure this out. If you go backwards from here. Strange. Anyways, we'll go forward again. I'm also going to keep a save file here. I'll remember to keep this save file so I can trigger off the Girls' Graveyard minigame when we get to it. For now, let's cross on over. As we see something mysterious walk in front of us. Let's go forward. Maybe the mist helps these things grow? You can also go backwards from here at the moment. Anyways, though.
This isn't right. This isn't...
Good old Darian helping with the voice here. I'm hoping I'm saying her name correctly, but yeah.
Where do you suppose we're headed? The subway system isn't in use anymore. So, why are you here? Are you hiding? Did you do something wrong? When was it?
Do you think these pipes maybe are dispersed in the mist? It's a theory, Marshmallow Monk. However, here's another thing that most people never pick up on if you go backwards. She's just gone. And also the path we just came from is gone. Wait, where's the path I just came from? Anyways, continuing on downward. And now we descend another series of stairs as it gets even darker and darker. And music and darker. Now here, okay, for starters, if you have the Girls' Graveyard DLC, this door appears right here. This door is a gateway to another world, different but similar to our own. It is not part of the main game. It was unlocked by the purchase of the Goodie Bag DLC for Close Your Eyes. Entering the door will commence the Girls' Graveyard minigame. Do you wish to enter? Nah, we'll do it after we're done with the main game. I don't think going back to the surface benefits us. You don't say there, Marshmallow Monk. Now, this scene is also where we're back on familiar territory. Everything that we just went through outside of the very first stairway room, even though the stairway room had a lot of changes to it, is from the final expansion version. Now, this is where we would have gone originally in the original version of Close Your Eyes and the Redux version. Now, talking about this, there are a few things that'll be different and changed for those who recognize the train room originally. And I was also going to say something else, but I forget what it was right now, so if I remember, I'll say it, but not for the moment. Oh, I remember what it was now. But first, over here. Peculiar. Now, here's something which I did not predict, and if I had predicted this, I wish I could have done something for it. If I could patch Close Your Eyes, I'd add something here. A lot of players, I've watched a bajillion Let's Plays of people play this game, I'm just going to throw out there. It's too dark to see. What I didn't expect most players to do was to go back. I don't know why I didn't expect this. When they pick up the lighter, there is a good chunk of players who go backwards to see what they couldn't see before was. If I knew they were going to do that, I would have put something there, but it was just an oversight on my part. A lighter. This could be useful. Much better. I think I did a pretty good job of predicting what players would do in a lot of instances. This is one of the instances where I failed, though. But yeah, an eye is staring back at me. A poster of an eye, I mean. Now, if we go across, there's also, like all the other eye posters in the game, a message scrawled on the wall here. There's something written here. Drawing it on paper may help. Huh? That's a little joke for the puzzle coming up. The puzzle wasn't changed because I think it's fine. It's a hard puzzle, and I'm devious and like people to deal with hard things. There's a few other small changes here, but it's mostly the same, honestly. The note, I think, is a lot more comprehensive now than it was in the original version, that's for certain. I actually changed the note both for the Redux version, and then I changed it again for the final expansion version. I think the final expansion version is the most coherent. A metal wire gaze block in the way. It seems to descend further into the subway system. And, of course, our favorite dead body. Oh my, a corpse. It looks a bit odd. Now then, there's an empty garbage can here. A garbage can. Can't say I see anything of use. And a note. A note is plastered here. It seems to be related to the train system at the station. The train runs in a straight line. There are 4 stations and a different colored door opens at each of the stations. The station furthest east opens the blue door. The first station to the east opens the red door. The station, no, I'm going to actually skip over that because I was just getting distracted by the chat. Hi, chat. The artist ring showed up. A note is plastered here. It seems to be related to the train system at the station. The train runs in a straight line. There are 4 stations and a different colored door opens at each of the stations. The station furthest east opens the blue door. This station, first station to the east, opens the red door. The first station to the west opens the yellow door. The furthest station to the west opens the green door. The train's route is the same every day. It always begins and ends its route at this station. It then heads to the station furthest east, and the only time of the day it goes that far eastward. It then heads all the way west, making a stop at each of the stations along the way. The train then heads back east by 1, and then goes backwards the way it came to the west by 1. It then ends its route and comes to the rest for the night. The route it takes also doubles the release for the security lock. Now, if you visualize it or draw it down, it's really obvious what the solution is, but a lot of people are stubborn and won't do that, so they try to put it in their heads, which can make it more confusing sound than it actually is. This seems to control the security lock in the train. Now, I need to mention this event right here, this fucking event, is the worst event in the game. It is so diluted. There are literally tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of lines of eventing in this, because I did the most complicated way to make this switch work. To explain it, and I've explained this in my previous developer commentary of the Redux version, I'm going to say it again. How I fucking evented this was the worst. It's been like this since the original version of the game, but I'm going to say this here and now. Basically, I made an event so that every single possible outcome you can say of the 4 switches and the 8-button combination can be done, which means that I made it so that individually, I made it so that every single combination had a outcome. So basically, if I was going to do red, 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 that is one outcome. If I was going to do red, 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 blue, that's another outcome. If I was going to do red, blue, red, red, blue, red, then whatever, that's another combination. And I could have done this so much simpler, but how I invented this fucking event was that I made it so that there was a different outcome for every single possible combination. If you try opening up the event, it slows down RPG Maker tremendously because it's so yai. Somebody recently suggested, it's like, hey, I can translate the game into Spanish. And I'm like, good luck, thanks to a few ways of how I invented it, including this fucking switch right here. But hey, most people don't know. It works as intended, so whatever. Enter in the passcode. It seems it wants you to enter in some 8-button combination. Which button should you press? The combination is red, blue, red, yellow, green, red. That was it! The train security should now be unlocked. Now then, going over there, because the reason why I say it is because there's a fail message on each and every single one of the failures, but regardless. And we look at the train at the wrong door. The train is parked here. It's now unlocked. I need to enter through the red door, which means we'll do just as such. The door is unlocked. Now, one of the things I wanted to do with the Redux version and an extension, the final expansion version, is that I wanted to make the really long walking segments be cut down tremendously. This is tremendously shorter than the original game, which we will see in a second. Also, the dialogue's changed, partially because the story has changed, and also just because I wanted to. I do want to say something. In my personal idea and theory of game design, there are flaws that Close Your Eyes has, which I decided I wasn't going to fix because I think they're part of the experience. One of them is that first train puzzle. A lot of people do not like that first train puzzle. I did make it a little bit better. The train puzzle is no longer literally the first thing you do in the game, which doesn't exactly paint the good first impression. I tried putting some more interesting stuff before it, which is the stuff we were playing right before just right now. But I think part of remaking a game, in my opinion, you do want to fix some of the issues it has, but if this makes any sense, I think sometimes the issues can be part of the game itself, so I try not to fix too much up, as weird as that might sound, mainly just expand on it. The fear of the dark is sometimes stronger than the light of the night. Let the moon comfort you. The moon provides light too. And if you ever get too scared while alone in the dark, close your eyes and sleep it all away. The sun will rise soon. There are a few sequences that will lag on weaker computers. One of my playtesters is a girl named Shiro. She is from German, and she's also helping translate Red Haze into German. Talking about that though, she does a lot of playtesting of games for me, and part of the reason why I use her is because she gives really good feedback is one thing. The second thing is that she has a really weak-ass computer, so I can sort of test to see what parts of the game lag on her when she playtests. So yes, I'm aware this room lags. I lessen the lag, but it still does. There's nothing I can really do about it. But the reason why is because there's actually a lot of hidden events in this room. That's part of the reason why I lagged. When there's a lot of events, they can overload weaker computers. Sunny side up, hard-boiled, deviled, or scrambled? How do you like your eggs, little man? As to what it is. Now I go down here. I'm sorry for throwing rocks at your window, but come here. There's something I want to show you. Come on, lazy head, if you don't hurry. Let's go on down. The itsy bitsy spider. Well, if you have a weak-ass computer, just know I have a playtester that has a weak-ass computer, which I purposely, she playtests things, and I ask what rooms lag for her so I can see if I can fix it. I may get a little bit better, but I'm not able to completely fix it, so that's unfortunate. Anyways, we try going back up. There's no point in going back up there. Which means we're gonna continue. We're gonna save our game, and now we can also observe everything here. Giant crystals? They glow a hazy blue. I'm looking directly at them, but they feel so distant. The weeds are these weeds are sure growing everywhere, huh? Now I'm no health inspector, but even I can tell leaving pipes sticking out like this is probably dangerous. Now we're gonna save our game with a different save point because we want to get back to that first save point eventually. You also notice there are far more save points, and there's a number of differences to the final version. What are these? If you look up here, someone left a half-eaten burger in here, and this is going to be familiar. Another eye poster. It's gaze. Is it looking at something? It's a bit more blatant to give players a clue that the eye poster is looking at something now. There's a message scroll on the wall. It reads, right, left, up, left, down. Right, left, up, left, down. If we go up, we can see our favorite giant hanging skull right there. There's a giant skull here, hanging from webs. Cobwebs fill its eyes. You don't say. I'm gonna go up now. Now, if you fail at this time, it doesn't just make you loop endlessly, it kicks you back out to this area. Maybe there's a hint somewhere in here? Now you can actually just brute force and guess it. It is indeed a weed. The trash has a variety of plucked weeds inside, but going from it, that was the wrong direction. Let's do it. Right, left, up, which should be right over here, up, left. And now it's time for the game to drastically change. As we just saw in the original version of Close Your Eyes, there is not, in fact, a southern talking spider in this version of the game, which means we're not going to encounter it up here at all. Everyone say bye. Don't remember the southern talking spider. I'd rather just forget that it ever existed. But if you want to remember, I guess you can. I feel like it's watching me. If you may notice, this is actually the exact room the southern talking spider was staying, right here talking with you. He's just been completely removed from the game. I don't know what sort of sleep deprivation made me think a southern talking spider was a good idea for an antagonist in Close Your Eyes. But still though, we will cross over. Rest in peace, spider. Instead, now we have this little fleshy chamber thing. Thankfully, this room had the exact effect I was hoping it would have when people walk inside this room. They hear a sound, they kind of go forward because it's super dark in this room, they see something moving, like, what the fuck's that? Unfortunately, though, because of the coloring, this room is very yellow because of the yellow light that you have. People sometimes they think this is fire. It's not fire. I call these things flesh streams. You can call them whatever. Some people call them squishy, some people call them meat things. I call them flesh streams. Still, though, we'll check over this way, where there is an odd sound. And a poster. What's all these posters? What are all these posters even for? A cult? A band? They seem unnatural somehow. And just like every other poster, if you follow its gaze, there's something written here. Welcome. Now then, we're going to go forward. Never let me forget. Laughing. They're apparently never going to let me forget about the southern talking spider. I'd rather forget. In the Redux version, this room was a big, empty room. A lot of people got lost in it, so I made it a lot smaller, so it was more obvious where to go in this final expansion version. Let's go up to a familiar scene from the first version of the game. Now, this is actually one of the last areas that are from the original version of the game. Everything after this is either changed or removed or whatever, so... But this part's mostly the same, outside of the fact that I changed a few bits and pieces of it. To talk about what I changed before I go into it, I removed the beneath the surface option on the second questionnaire. I removed the mention of Hawthorne's Hospital for the Insane because that is no longer part of the game. And anyways, that wasn't real in the first place. I won't talk about what I mean about that. Maybe it was just an excuse. And I also changed the laughing scene up a little bit. Anyways, let's listen to the host questionnaire questions.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing? Now, the name of the game is to answer truest to yourself. There's no right and wrong. Everyone's a winner. Or a loser, depending on how you think about it. Life is all about perception, you see. On to the first question. You're a murderer. We all know it. What do you think you are? Yes, you are. And you narrowly avoided death row. How exciting. You're saying I rigged the questions? Only one answer. Oh, you're a funny one. There was always only one answer. Question 2. Are we beneath the surface? Well, aren't you perspective? Are you thus matter-of-factly boring with your friends? Next question! But first, a message from responses. Have you had trouble seeing clearly? Well, we would like to remind you, close your eyes. Just close them. Then you'll really start seeing.
Yep, the music playing in the background is a song by me. Most of the music in the game is music I put together myself, and this fanfare for the host is one of them. The name of the song is Circus, is what I called it, B.I. The lighter seems to have gone out. Now, there is something which a lot of people, more people notice this than I thought would notice, but it's intentful. The lighter goes out in this scene, but in a little bit the lighter is going to come back. But Marshmallow Monk never mentions it, and so I'm not going to say anything more on that. I'm just going to raise that question. Some people actually do, in fact, notice. I was actually expecting less people to notice that the lighter magically comes back at a specific point in the game. We'll talk about that one later. But yeah, I'll just say that that was actually intentful. It was not a mistake or anything. A metal grate is shut behind me, blocking the way back. Not like I had a reason to go back anyway. This is also a part that's not even just new to the Redux version, it was new to the final expansion version. We'll save there and go on ahead, as a strange red light begins to chase us. I'm also going to take this opportunity to show a game over scene. A red light. If we stand still, it starts to come towards us. And it shows the game over screen. Doodled up bar, good old rings. Now then, rolling from there, continue from the same point. I just want to show the game over screen at once. That was actually one of the last images I think she did, because I requested it pretty late. I think that was for the Redux, not the final expansion. But yeah. Let's go forward. The light speeds up as it gets a little bit closer, so we're going to just go through. What the hell was that? Who knows? You can't go back up, so instead we'll go forward. There's another red light, and we can see a noose. Which leads us to a strange crashed car. A crashed car? I don't think I came from it, did I? Some sort of traffic block. We can go forward still. And now we have some notes, which are fucking huge, but that's okay. They're partially, I decided to keep them so big. You might have actually noticed when I picked up the lighter earlier, the lighter was a lot smaller in this version of the game that wasn't the original game, where the lighter was like bigger than our main character. I made it smaller for this version. I was thinking about doing the same for the notes, but I decided to leave them big to just make sure that they're visible. You can see them clearly. Hello, little marshmallow. You finally come. You're brave, oh so brave. But you're not gonna make it. You haven't even begun to taste it. You don't even know what it means to see. The strange notes by a mysterious stranger at this point in time. We'll continue down the way, though. Does Marshmallow Monk... Here's something. You may notice that Marshmallow Monk, it mentions hands a lot with him, but yet if you look at the sprite, it doesn't look like he has hands. I wonder what that's about. Regardless. Little Marshmallow, how you wiggle and squirm. I want you. But you don't know. Well, in this case, I'll tell you. You're not alone. There's actually a line that's going to come later in the game where Marshmallow Monk says he can't put his finger on it. There's actually, if you really think about it, and I'm just going to say that there's some clues here. Some things don't make sense if you consider literally how Marshmallow looks, because he looks like a little marshmallow. He doesn't have any arms, he doesn't have any legs, he sort of squishes around. But on that front, some of the things don't make any sense if he is literally who he is, or it is, because it's not he or she specifically. But, like, for example, we stab people. How do we stab people? We don't have any arms. There's a question, but that's partly intentional. We'll go from here, though. Sorry, little marshmallow. I've been rude. How could I expect you to return the feelings when I haven't properly introduced myself? My name is Simon, and oh how I love you, my dear little marshmallow. I've been waiting for you, yearning for you. I know you're here to save me, little marshmallow. You're my beloved knight. It's why you keep going, right? So we can finally meet, as we're destined to. But you need help. You aren't seeing yet. Oh, Simon. Marshmallow Monk has artwork sometimes, or has a mouth in some of the artwork, and he doesn't have a mouth in other pieces of artwork. Yeah. Looking here. While you cannot see, by mentioning it, your mind may have opened up enough to sense it. I'll be your eyes, my little marshmallow. Let us see together. Pay attention and seek it out. The sooner you escape this wretched road, the sooner we'll finally meet. I'll wait for you, but but how it makes my heart ache. Now, easy puzzle. Now, to be honest, this was originally a lot harder in the Redux version of the game, but a lot of people didn't figure it out, so I just made the noise blaringly loud. It's like, there's a noise here, guys. There's a goddamn noise. Let it catch your attention. So many people will wander the street back and forth like, I don't know, what am I supposed to do? And now there's a noise, guys. Rattle in your ear. It's a door. It's a sound. Wait. There's something here. Open it? Yes. Which leads to a familiar sound, or a familiar place, and suddenly the sound and where it was from comes into recognition. The shaking's coming from this door. This is quite familiar. Weeds. Pipes. Now we're gonna go on down. Down into the foggy stairwell, I guess. It's the stairwell from the beginning of the game, though. And a figure before us, which slowly fades away as our screen fades. And now we wake up here, which is familiar to the original version and Close Your Eyes, but has a completely different purpose now. Was I sleeping here? It's a mystery there, Marshmallow Monk. The garbage can is empty, and the note over here tells us, can we try it another way? I'll save my game again for a second, and now let's go up. Now, here's something that most people do not know about this next sequence. This next sequence actually was not originally for Close Your Eyes. It was for another game which I scrapped called Thus. And I got a little bit more done than what I put into here, but I decided since I was never going to do Thus, I was going to repurpose it. Even the narration lines are originally from Thus. But, yeah, it's from a game that I just scrapped out of existence, but there you go. The original character of Thus was not Marshmallow Monk. It was this little doodly girl thing, looked creepy as fuck, but anyways, we'll go forward.
Thus, there was only one exit.
The point of Thus was yet to follow the instructions. However, though, it was somewhat tied, because obviously the voice is a bit familiar, and I said I was going to repurpose for here, and also it works because it's part of the narrative of Close Your Eyes, but this is actually from a scrap project, the artwork mainly.
Thus, she did not watch the television.
And the thus examples in the voice, though I did re-record a lot of the lines there. If you look at the television, though...
Thus, you lost what you got.
It's death. Regardless, back to this. On, forward, and out.
Thus, there was only one exit.
We'll go forward.
Thus, she did not watch the television.
Watching TV is bad for the eyes, especially when they're so red and glinty. Marshmallow Monk, you need to open your eyes and go outside more.
Thus, she picked up the boy.
If you don't pick up the boy, you'll die as well, but we'll pick him up. And now he can be our little following friend. I actually forgot in this version of the game he doesn't follow you. This was a glitch that I wanted to fix. It was one of the changes that made it so he won't actually properly follow you.
Thus, they left the train.
We'll go on up as we leave the train.
Thus, she went to the red field and killed the boy.
I wish I had the source files for Close Your Eyes. He's actually supposed to follow you, but that was one of the 2 glitches that was introduced when I sent out a patch. That's unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. Murder.
Thus, she went after the boy.
And there he is. He was actually a lot faster in the Redux version. Let's go stab him to death. There he goes. Which leads to this scene. A lot of people got lost in here, so I made this area a lot easier. I made say people made sure they saw Marshmallow Monk originally. Originally, he was like at the bottom of the screen. He was turned backwards, so people didn't really even tell that he was there. Also, I blocked off this area so people don't wander looking for too long before they need to go. It's towards the top again. You can't go this way again. It's blocked off, so you go up. Now then, the questionnaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for another exciting questionnaire. Now, this one's gonna be a tad different. Just a tad. I just want your opinion on something. Is that too much to ask?
Of course we'll do it.
You'll do it? Oh, thanks. You're such a pal. Now, are you a connoisseur of art? There's truly nothing more humane than fine arts. What did you say? They say art's in the eye of the beholder. So, what do you see?
Let's find out. So what did we see? That is the question.
So, what did you see?
You can either answer the night sky, the moon, an eyeball, or nothing. Now, I'm trying to think about which options I've seen people choose the least. A lot of people choose an eyeball, where he makes an eye pun. The moon leads him to say something. Are you sure that's all you saw? Are you certain? The night sky, he sees a saw, nothing. He gets a little bit upset. I'll choose nothing for this first one.
What's the fun in that? On to the next question.
This is kind of interesting. I'm going to explain how Rinks did the artwork for here. I was like, Rinks, I need images to flash up on the screen. This is actually, these are some of the first images I think that she actually drew for the project outside of the title screen. In fact, yeah, these were the first images I think she drew for the whole entire project outside the title screen. So this is when she and I were starting to get a feel for how each other works and what each other wants and all that. So I think the moon was actually the first thing she drew. I just said, can you draw a moon with an eyeball in it? And that's what she came up with, and I was like, yeah, and she drew the following things afterwards. I think outside of Rinks is here to correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's the first artwork we did for it outside of the title screen. Now moving forward.
So, what did you see?
Now, my personal favorite response is if you say eggs and bacon, but most people choose eggs and bacon. So, I'm going to choose it's my favorite response out of all of them.
Oh, bacon and eggs. A staple breakfast. Delicious and twisted. Nothing but a simple silent belly. Delicious. On to the next question.
And there we go. We suddenly pop up here, which has a house in front of us. Also, this whole last sequence, the sequence, the questions in this part were all in the original Redux version. I did make the house a little bit easier in the Redux version, but only just a little bit. Now, if there is one part of the game I would change, it's probably this mansion sequence. However, though, I'm also going to throw this out here. I don't think I would change it, though, because I think that this part being flawed is part of Close Your Eyes. It's something which I'll keep in mind for future projects, but because this is part of Close Your Eyes, I don't think I'd want to change it. The door is locked. I don't see any sort of keyhole. We go over this way. The door is locked. The lock is in the shape of a circle. If we go over this way, the door is locked. The lock is in the shape of a triangle. And there's some door stuff up here. The door is locked. The lock is in the shape of a diamond. And if we go this direction, the door is locked. The lock is in the shape of a square. It might have been the singular eyeball there. It actually ranks you're right. The singular eyeball was the first thing after the tile screen, and then we drew the drawn art. The singular eyeball when you stabbed the boy, that was the first piece of artwork we did outside the tile screen. She did. I say we did. I just told her what I wanted, and she drew it. So yeah. Anyways, there's a few squigglies here. You're so cute. What are you, a marshmallow? Great costume. He almost looks like the chair leg right now because the angle, but he'd move away from it in a second. Yo, you look a little funny, but I have to admit, this party is off the bomb, yo. I don't know why you invited me, but how could I reject an invitation to party in the Great Judith Manor? This is crazy. We can save over there again. Let's go forward and talk to you. Jeez, that fruit punch is something else. I feel so jittery. Wow, this party is chill, like, whoa, I'm used to some pretty crazy parties. This is tame to those standards, but the quaintness totally fits the Judith Manor and creates, like, a certain atmosphere, you know. You can change the song on the radio here. And also, I should mention, changing the song on the radio at least once will make it so that one of the endings becomes available. If you don't change the radio, the ending will not be available. So that's important to kind of do. We'll change it back though. This one I think fits a bit more. This is pretty, this is a great party, man. But I do have a question. Who are you and why did you invite us? And of course that leads us to murder him because no one questions the party host. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, you killed him! Are you gonna kill us? Someone call the police. Run, run! Now, I need to mention something. This part dragging on was somewhat intentful. It has to do with the narrative of the game, which I won't get too much into at the moment, but I maybe went a little bit overboard with it. There's something on his body. Obtain the circle key, which opens up the left wing of the manor. If we open up all these different areas, a lot of it is empty right now. I'll pick things up when we need to pick things up. We'll find that there's a number of locked doors. There's 2 doors over here I'll interact with later. This one is in the shape of a star. I'm going to go down here. We should find someone hiding in the dark right there. But please don't hurt me. I'm scared. I'm scared. Please. Which leads us to murder them. Fear is not an option. There's something on his body. Obtain the triangle key. There you go. Fantastic teamwork, apparently. Now with the triangle key, we can access the wing to the right here, the right wing of the manor. So, yay. Currently, there's nothing in here, but if we go up, 2 things. Thing number 1, we can play the piano. If we go up, there's a different looking area with a door. But the lock's in the shape of a heart, which means we have to access that later. Now I'm going to go down here. Don't kill me, I have a family. So he claims. Murder. There's something on his body. Obtain square key. I enjoy doing it. So anyway, so the square key, we can access the 2nd floor, or the top left door is how you could also refer to it. The left door on to the left. Let's go on up. And there's Shiro. Shiro's the person who helps playtest these games I was mentioning earlier. She playtested Close Your Eyes a number of times, and is helping translate Red Haze into German. Regardless, she popped up in the stream chat for those who are curious. All these doors are open. But alas, there's not much in this room. What I can find should be up here to the left. And here's the lock, or here's the star key. Now we could go downstairs, but there's so much I want to do up here first, which I'm going to do right now. Moving on forward there to the left side. The door is locked on some sort of keyhole. But this door's open. You hear a brief sound when we enter, an odd sound. That sound is actually supposed to help figure out where the running guy is, I call him. It's the guy that when you find him runs away from you. He's going to run in this first scene. And there he goes. He just got away from us, from fucking Super Marioing us there for a moment. Let's go on out. Now, the quest continues to seek out this motherfucker, and I'm actually going to find him before I open up the star door key, because you can catch him either now or later as you're just exploring the mansion looking for keys. The next opportunity is to look this way. You heard it? That's how you know he's in the room with you. You hear a, ugh. And there he goes. Of course, you don't actually see what door he goes out of, but let's go this way. Because, of course, I know exactly where he is. He always takes the same route. I was thinking about making him randomized. They'd run from room to room to room, but I decided against it. Just to make it a more scripted experience. Because there wasn't any other situations like that in Close Your Eyes, so why make it into this situation? This guy's everyone's favorite. Though you have to admit, when you finally find him in the bathroom and corner him, it does feel pretty satisfying. What are you gonna do, huh? I'm tough, you know. I'll... murder. He does take off a lot of people as part of what he does. There's something on his body. Obtain diamond key. I want to say something. This is actually somewhat intentful. I wanted this guy to be annoying because people want to murder him so that they can go through the situation. So my thought process is, if people are annoyed at trying to chase down and murder this guy, that feels satisfying when they kill him. What does that say about you? What does it say about you that you're really happy to finally have found and killed this guy? Huh, players? Regardless. So how's the pancakes? You don't have to be so picky. I worked hard on them. Jeez, you can't even appreciate good pancakes. You don't have to be such a downer. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought maybe if I made pancakes like how Mom used to make them. She taught me, you know. Secret to making good pancakes?
By the way, this is a real pancake recipe from one pal to another.
I can't tell you, but it's a secret, okay? You can't tell anyone else, okay? Secret to good pancakes is gentleness and care. You need to prepare the wet and dry mix separately. They're opposites of each other, and while opposites attract, they need some time to ease into each other. Mix them forcibly right away, and that will cause the flour to create gluten prematurely and will completely ruin the pancake's buttery consistency. I accidentally skipped it by what it says. I know my goddamn pancake secret recipe. It's not really a recipe, it's a method, but it works. It's actually pretty good. It makes pretty damn good pancakes. You should take the time to mix them slowly and carefully, and give the batter some rest from mixing so as time to settle the liquids to the batter and disperse itself evenly across the mix.
Hey, how are you supposed to eat without arms? Marshmallow just dunks his hand into the pancakes head first. I've said this and I've sort of hinted at this, but maybe Marshmallow Monk does have arms. Just we don't see them.
Tenderness is key to making good pancakes. Well, tenderness is key to many things, actually. Yeah, I know it's not pancakes that's on your mind. Listen, I know things haven't been easy lately. But we'll get through this together, we have to. Everything depends on us. Mom's depending on us. I know I leave a lot of it to you, but I'm worried. Not just about everything, but about you too. You especially.
I'll be honest, even though the cutscene, I tried to make the cutscene feel as natural as possible, there's all this dialogue, but to be honest, I purposely put dialogue there to lengthen the scene so you can hear more of the song. You didn't hear anything from me.
Having to take all of this responsibility can't be easy. I don't know how, but I want to help you. You aren't in this alone. Remember that you have me. I don't mind if you use me some. I just want to be of some use. I'm sorry. I know this is just as hard for you as it is for me, if not harder, but please don't do anything reckless. If you disappear too, I don't know what I'll do. We'll make things better, I'm sure of it. I'll make sure of it. Just please don't disappear. Please be careful. If you ever need to vent or a shoulder to cry on, well, I'm right here.
So when Shiro there was saying that German pancakes are small, just a bit smaller than a crepe, she wants to have big ones someday. Wait till you fucking see some American pancake houses. They are ridiculous. They'll give you like these humongous pancakes with like 5 or 6 pancakes stacked on top of each other. It's fucking ridiculous. No one could eat that much, but we do anyway.
I'll do anything that I can to help. Until then, please, take this.
Something, I'm happy that people relate to the girl. There's a number of people who actually, I find the response to the girl interesting. I was actually talking about this with Rinks recently. Shh, Rinks, I'm going to spill some of our secrets. I was saying that I find it interesting how people respond to the girl. I find that, this is kind of an interesting thing to say, girls, more often than not, from all the Let's Plays I've watched, girls are more often to find her cute or relatable and like her more and generally trust her more. While as guys, I'm saying to say this isn't a sexist thing, this is just an observation. Guys, in turn, male Let's Players who play the game, seem to be a lot more evasive. Some of them find the scene cute, but they seem to be a lot less more distrusting of her and seem to have more suspicions of her as a character and are less likely to exactly trust her. I find that interesting. In fact, very interesting. It's just a spare observation of watching literally hundreds of Let's Plays of this game. I've made some observations and some notes, and that's one of them. It seems that in general, not true in all examples obviously, but in a general sense, it's far more likely for girls to like the girl and trust her than it is for guys to. I find that, again, interesting. Going from that point, obtained heart key. Also, if you go into this room after you pick up the heart key... Huh. A little bit odd. If you enter in the room before then, that doesn't trigger. But yeah. It can trigger if you enter into it after you get it. But there's also a key in here. This key does not have a purpose to the mansion at the moment. If you pick it up, that will be helpful for later. You can only get 3 of the endings in the game if you pick up this key, so it's important to kind of pick up. Obtained hexagon key. That'll come in use later. Now then, let's go on out. Let's move on. Moving on the way. Pancake conversations are making people in the mood for pancakes. Now, there's also another hidden scene that can be triggered right now, which I'm going to trigger right now. A lot of people find this one because they're looking for the person who runs around. If you enter inside this room and then just kind of go on back out and go to the left, that is usually a very effective scene because people don't see it coming. I like putting in little hidden scenes in games that people who are exploring or doing things off the beaten path can discover. Still though, let's go through the door. We have almost all the keys that we need. We just have to kind of go up here to the really big room. There's nothing in it right now outside of the person that we're about to start chasing. After all that pancakes, we're always up for a little murder. Now this person can be hard to get because he is fast as ever-living hell, and you certainly bump into him, which is harder than it sounds, so I don't know how long this is going to take. Uh-oh, we almost got him, but he was smart and fucking... We're coming for you, sir. We're fucking coming for you. He can run all about this room. He has a light to make him easier to see, obviously. God. So the easiest place to get him is through these bookshelves, because, you know, it's a narrow area. If he bumps into it, then he's kind of boned. Come here, sir. Come here. You have to face him for it to work. I am going to hunt you down, and I'm going to murder you. That is my welcoming piece of advice. Okay, good. He's in the bookshelves. If we can keep him in the bookshelves, he's a lot easier. Yeah, we got him. Why are you doing this? Why? The bookshelves are the easiest place to get him. There's something on his body. I'm taking the trapezoid key. And there's nothing else in here, at least right now. If you go for a different ending route, then there'll be something in here later, but not right now. Let's go on out. Now we have basically almost all the keys we need, so we can get out of this mansion part pretty shortly. I'm going to play the piano one more time. Beautiful. Let's go. To the left, and now we have the keys that we need for this door up here. To be able to move forward, you need to pick up the key left by the chasing guy and the key from the guy that we just got. The chasing guy is the guy that runs away and jumps over you, is what I meant. Up here, we can use one of the keys that we picked up to get into this little closed-off area. This area was originally a lot bigger. You see the bigger version a bit later in the game now. You're too late. I already called the cops. You're already as good as dead. As are you, my friend. There's something on his body. Obtain the octagon key. The octagon key is the key that we need to be able to open up this door at the very tip top of the hallway here. Anyways, now we've murdered a pretty large number of people. Let's go through this door and see an odd television. Let's take a look.
So, what did you see?
You can give it multiple different answers to this. I'm going to say me in the house murdering people.
Oh my, quite the character I see. But no worries, I'm not gonna judge you. After all, I already knew. If I may, you're looking a tad bit tired. How about we just close our eyes? Just for a bit, you know.
The mansion was new to the Redux version, as was the previous stuff, but this is new to the final expansion version. There were a few changes to the mansion, but not too many for the final expansion. This part, though, brand spanking new. This part is purposely very convoluted. In fact, I'm surprised so many people figure this out so quickly. You're locked in an incredibly dark area where it's hard to see anything outside of your little light bubble, so yeah. If we look over to the left here, we find a gurney. A gurney? Odd, right? If we go this way, we hear a breathing sound next to this gurney, but we can't observe it. Let's go on through. Now, if we go this way, these can't be. But they're all over the place. If you count how many gurneys are in this area, both this room and the previous rooms, you'll find that there is just as many gurneys as there are people you kill throughout the game. I'm not trying to say anything, I'm just saying. Regardless, if we go backwards, this has started acting up. Let's go backwards. You may also find that the pathway down has suddenly disappeared, and now there's a pathway going up, which leads to a giant hole-shaped thing. Hello, giant hole-shaped thing. There seems to be a giant hole here. A gentle breeze can faintly be felt, or can be faint. I can't read. A gentle breeze can faintly be felt coming from it. I hate to think about it, but this appears to be the only way out. Jump into the hole? But of course. Yes, I know it's similar to a moment from Silent Hill 2, but it's actually not what it's supposed to be a reference to. There you are. Huh? The door is locked again. There's no keyhole now. It is a reference to something. It's not Silent Hill 2, but I do know there, of course, doesn't seem like that in Silent Hill 2, but yeah. The door is locked. The lock's in the shape of a bulbous. Now, this door should be open now, though, and it leads to a completely different area. Now, this part is kind of a troll moment. It's these following two parts are my two moments I decided to just go full. I love having fun messing with people. A lot of people get to this part and they think it's a puzzle. It's not a puzzle. And they do what they try to do earlier, because I found out that in the Redux version, a lot of people just brute force their way through the earlier puzzle. So literally, all you're supposed to do in this sequence is brute force your way out. There's no solution to this part. It's just after you do things a certain number of times, it triggers something. That scare works on most people. I'm happy it does. And then after that, there's one cycle where he's missing, and then you can just get your way out no matter what direction you go in. So it's kind of a tricky move because most people think it's a puzzle, which is what it's trying to do, but it's just you just need to brute force your way through it. Of course, don't tell the player that. They don't know. Oh, little marshmallow. I knew we had so much in common. I just knew it. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? I dreamt about you. I dreamed that you and I were in one of those gurneys. We were strapped together, tied in tight. No one was going to take us apart. I slowly slid my hand under your robes, undressed you. You were so soft. That's some very strange bondage shit there from Mr. Simon. Regardless, if we go over here, we find another note. Can't wait to read this one. Oh, the things I want to do to you, little marshmallow. Would you moan? Would you squeal? Would you whimper? I'd like it if you screamed. I imagine you give the most wondrous scream. Would you scream for me? Would you scream real good? Simon is yours and you are mine, little marshmallow. There you go. Forward and out. And we find ourselves stuck in a room, which is just a big old waiting sequence, but it's okay. There is no way out. Huh.
Oh my! This is quite a pickle, isn't it? Howsoever will you get out?
Oh, host. You silly kidder, you. I'm still searching.
Have you checked that wall over there?
It's a distinct possibility. I give just enough time so you can check all the walls.
Of course you have.
Oh, host. You kidder, you.
You know, I can probably help you out here. If you're just willing to close your eyes. Come on, let a pal help you out.
Okay, host. Just for you.
Just close them.
I'm very surprised how many people actually close their eyes whenever they are told to be close their eyes. Apparently players are very willing to submit themselves to try things for the overall experience, but of course you're not supposed to seriously close your eyes. What am I going to do, program so you can see something behind your eyelids? Regardless.
Have you ever closed your eyes and seen colors form on the back of your eyelids?
This part is from the original Close Your Eyes, but it's been repurposed here.
Where you lay your head to rest and there's a sound coming from where there should be none. Why can't one dream with their eyes awake? Why is the darkness of the world so much more terrifying than the darkness beyond our eyes?
Some people figure out that this isn't true for everybody. Everybody sees things on the back side of their eyelids. It's actually caused... I know the scientific explanation, but we're going to ignore the scientific explanation right now and just question ourselves.
Why is what's behind them more terrifying than what they see in front of them, no matter how disturbing it might be? It's the unseen. Close your eyes.
Which leads to this room. Hey, look through the prison bars. Something's there through the bars. Peering through. Peekaboo. Hi, host.
Do you know where you're going?
Now, as always, he has different responses no matter what you say. I'm going to say I'm done, though, because it's my favorite response of his.
Oh, quitting's always been an option. You've always been welcome to give up and die. You know, there's been something I've been meaning to ask you. The subway system, if we can still call it that, wasn't anywhere close to where you were supposed to be executed. So why'd you come here? What drew you here? You don't need to answer that. After all, I already know the answer. So far, you've been an amazing contestant. But the stakes are rising, and the challenge is only going to get tougher as we move on to round 2. You've sensed it, haven't you? Things aren't going to get any better. There's no way you're going to escape death, you know, at least in any meaningful way. You're a wanted man. You've done terrible, terrible things that can never be forgiven. You were used, disposed, tarnished. Who really cared for you? Did anyone ever really help? And in the end, here you are, utterly, truly alone. Besides me, of course. Let me give you a piece of advice. Ghosts are real. They haunt every one of us until the day we die. We just try to forget that they're even there. Feigning ignorance has always been one of humanity's most unique, beautiful, twisted ways of self-defense. Don't forget your role in this. Now hurry. I hear there's some people that are just dying to meet you.
That's my favorite of his last, personally. I just like that scene a lot. Regardless, there we go. Happy I thought of it. Obtained the Balbus key, and the door is now jammed. The door upstairs is also locked, and there's no sign of a keyhole. So we go here and end up back in the main hall of the manor, except there are a few differences. The first thing that most people will probably notice is that there is a save point right here now, which wasn't there earlier. The second thing they're going to probably pick up on is that there is a door here, though there was no door here earlier. There wasn't a door here before. Anyways, it's locked. I don't see a keyhole either. Unfortunately, most of these are locked. The door is locked. The lock's in the shape of a lemon skate. And this is the part where everyone's like, what the fuck are these shapes you're naming? These can't be real shapes. They're all real shapes in geometry. The door is locked in the shape of a lemon skate. If we go over here, in the shape of an enneagram. And the doors over there to the left are just locked with no sign of a keyhole. We can go up here, though. Let's go. Door is locked, I don't see any sort of keyhole. If we check up here first, which most people don't do, but you'll find out this door is locked in the shape of an annulus. So yeah. Let's choose the middle area. Of course, we said there's a flashing moving thing over here. We take a look. We obtain the annulus key, which can then lead us back to the way of which we came. Let's go, not remember where the door is, and go this way. The door over to the left is also locked. The doors that were previously open are now locked, and the door that was previously locked is now open. Life is funny like that. Let's open this and find that there's a body in here. And a lot of people mistake it thinking that this is the bathroom downstairs. It's not. There's just a body here for some reason. Nothing else though, so we can head on back. Well, I guess that was a useless endeavor. Let's just go on back. And why is it suddenly silent? Why is it suddenly lawn? Because there's a spirit thingy-majigger on her tail. Out! What was that? The door is jammed. We can save again, though. Oh, dear. Different things to investigate. Hey, I can actually pronounce the shapes. If you look at how I've been pronouncing them, I'm actually pronouncing them correctly. Shh. There's more over there, but I'm just gonna take a good glance around, so yar. There's a few different things they can mess around and do in this area. There's multiple pathways that lead to different areas. Some of them are just kind of devious diversions. There's one such devious diversion over here. The only thing is, this area is a little bit more scripted than people realize, and that's partially because of how RPG Maker VX Ace works with chasers. All I can say is that MV has abolished some of the restrictions that VX Ace had, so in the future you can look forward to more creative and devious stalkers. That's all I can say. Triggers down there too. See if we can make this in time. This one's a lot slower as we go on down here. By you. And out. Obtain a lemon skate key. Oh my, that must have given you quite a fright, little marshmallow. At least you're finally beginning to see. Now, I wouldn't keep anything from you, my little marshmallow. So, here's a key, my beloved. It'll bring us one step closer. I give it in good faith. This key actually has two uses. The key can be used to exit the front door of the manor, which is where you'll find me, off in the forest. However, if you for some reason still have business in this forsaken house, the key may also open the right wing of the manor on the first floor. I'll be awaiting you, my love, but be careful. It seems the dead want you dead. Now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a save file here, because this is one of the areas where you can sort of branch off your decision making. I'm going to access the right side of the manor route first, but I'm going to save one of the endings till a bit later. I'll get one of the endings right now, but get the other one last, because there's an ending that is usually best gotten last. What you need to do with the right side open, this big open area, which I said earlier would have something in it later, it does have something in it now. If you go over right here to the right, you can see this flash chain inside the good old water pump, and you get the enneagram key. The enneagram key, you may remember, was for the party hall area, the hall where we murdered the first victim, where everyone was having a good old party with the radio that can change music. You can no longer change the radio, unfortunately, so if you want to get one of the endings, you can no longer trigger it. You can only trigger it until you can't trigger it after you go to the area of the gurneys. Unfortunately, the radio powers off or something. I just didn't want to make it too easy because I'm devious again. Now, if you go up here, what you need to do, now that you don't get anything for it, but this does trigger the event, you step on the body, make the squishing sound, and now make something here happen in the main area of the hall, which I'm going to trigger right now. If you notice, the door to the right has disappeared. I'm going to make a save file here, and let's go forward. The door is missing. Enter? Let's not. We're going to enter, of course. Which leads to a stairway. Descending or ascending. It's actually supposed to be descending, but whichever one you think it is doing, really. Here we go. Which leads to this area. The factory. Head back. There's no return from here. There's something written on the other side. They mean on the other side of the sign there, so yeah. We take this. There's this little hook area. I can make my save file here, because I've got the previous save file for reference. Let's go up and take all the twisty turns we can. Well, that's mighty irregular. Now, we will make our way through all these different doors. Some kind of pillar? Maybe. They almost look like hands growing out of the ground. Huh? Strange, isn't it? It's kind of a looping labyrinth, but it's not very hard to get out of. There's not too many paths. While scissor-like in appearance, it feels more like foam, actually. Some of these things may be familiar from Blank's Slate earlier, and also from Girl's Graveyard. I wonder if that's thematically related. Now here's actually a little secret that almost no one has been aware of. There's only one person I know of that's discovered this. No matter what I press, nothing happens. Is this machine even on? If you look at it from the back side... Ah, here we go. There's something on the back. It seems to be a series of numbered buttons you can press, too. What should I press? Now here's the problem, though. I'm actually happy that most people aren't aware of this. I forgot to fix something, so some of these will just break the game. The game will crash if you try accessing certain number combinations. That wasn't like it originally, but because of some changes I made to the game, it just breaks. But you'll find what it's for pretty quickly. Let's choose 2, 4. Huh, start playing music. Here we go, sign on the back. Something there, 4, 3. That one broke the game because that song was scrapped. That was the thing, which was an issue. Okay, I just wanted to show that for science, but just know some of those will crash the game terribly. Anyways, from there, hey. Continue from here. I'll catch back up to where we are and move forward. I'll take a different route to get to where we were, though. Just know that there's a secret back there, and some of them work, but not all of them are working, because I forgot to change some notifiers, because some songs were removed from the game since I programmed that. Hey, most people don't know it exists. They can't break it because they don't know it exists. Of course, not everyone that just saw this knows it exists, but just know, if I could patch the game, I would fix it. It's one of the things I'd really want to fix, but I can't. It appears to be an empty cage. To the right, empty cage detected. It's an empty cage. Empty cage detected. There's some kind of strange creature in this cage. What? To the right, Watata Shia 0112. Indigenous to Ulas J11 20 plus 0641. And by the way, that's actually a real-life galaxy. It's the galaxy furthest from Earth that we are aware of. The more you know. The species is quite ferocious in open spaces, but remains almost completely motionless when caught in an enclosed space. This strange trait makes it an ideal specimen, though a bit of a hindrance to catch. Dissection has uncovered the creature has no internal organs. Furthermore, while it feeds by absorbing organic matter into itself, it doesn't gain nutrients or any evident gains from these feedings, leading to the question what exactly drives this behavior. There's more of the things that look like hands growing out of the ground, more empty cages. But now there's a cage that's open. Huh, this cage is open and empty. To the right, warning, foreign perimeters. Right. Now there's a save point here, which we're going to take advantage of. And now we can go forward. To the series of the teleporter maze. Let's teleport. Leads to different areas. Not here yet, that's for later. Oh no. Okay, did it. That's having fun. Because it's just looping us there. Of course. As I'm done. There's actually two different rooms that look very similar. I did some rooms that were tricky because they kind of look like each other. Notice how when I go through these teleporters, the swirls go backwards, like they reverse. It's because there's actually two different rooms. Now then. Oh. I think it's this one. Ah, fuck, I almost made it. I should have just gone for it immediately instead of going down like I did for a second there. It's okay, I got this. Yai. I'll take you. Not there. I'm looking for one of these, I think. Having fun. Not that one. I need to go to that one later. Not now, though. That loops us to there. Okay, I think I know which one I'm looking for. Here we go, I'm looking for this one. Come this way, sir. Haha, you're dumb. I say haha, you're dumb, but I programmed it, so what does that say about me? That's not what I'm looking for. I moved in this. No, sir. Now I'm looking for. Okay, we almost got it. If I want to trigger the secret first, I'll look for it later. I'll do what I'm supposed to do. I'll get the ending. The first ending again, this sequence is over this direction. This odd area. This will be the first thing that we're going to be able to get in the game, so yeah. As soon as I stepped inside, I began to move. Not of my free will, but by some powerful unknown force I couldn't fight against. I couldn't will my body to do anything. I became something of an involuntary specter to the sights and sounds of the deep workings of the factory. I came witness to many things I wish I could unsee. Strange alien machinery littered about, horrific monstrous forms of beings whose appearance were more terrifying and strange than any arachnid or deep-sea creature I'd ever seen. I was feeling sick, nauseous. The urge to vomit again and again came over me, but nothing seeped my throat. It was if I were a statue, seeing through someone else's eyes. No matter how hard I tried to close my eyes, they stayed wide open, stuck gaping, bulging out of my head. I welcomed the delves into pure darkness as an escape, a chance to imagine myself, will myself to someplace else. Anywhere else. What had once been unpleasant memories registered now but as fond days to escape into the depths of my mind for. They were in comparison some of the happiest days I could yearn for. These moments of darkness never lasted long. I feared the glints of light as they quickly approached, lurching me out of my escapist dreams into an ocean of horror, but even these dreams were haunted by the wretched sounds of the machines. Eventually, it came to a screeching halt. At first, I thought I must be dead. I must have lost my life just now. But if only such a kind fate awaited me. The hum and cacklings of the machines left me acutely aware of how childish this hope must be. Before I knew it, I was laid down, strapped to a cold, hard table. The pain that followed was almost merciful. When I came to, I recognized myself as being in an enclosed space. My sense of feeling was numbed but present. As my consciousness phased back into being, I started to ache all over. Subconsciously, in response to this pain, I tried to heel over but found I could not move. Where am I? What have they done to me? Or what are they doing to me? Who or what even are they? I felt wrong somehow, but I couldn't quite place my finger on it. Being unable to move, witnessing and going through such nightmarish events is obviously wrong. But this felt deeper than that, more personal. As my mind tried to pinpoint where this odd feeling was coming from, my thoughts wandered to my situation. Where exactly was I? It was dark, but there must have been some unseen light source somewhere, as it wasn't impossible to see. As I pondered, I began to become aware that there was something lining the closed-in walls, almost like a wrap, a plastic, but more like a liquid. Am I underwater? I thought this for a moment, but concluded surely that this wasn't it. It was as if the walls themselves were encoded with a motionless liquid. And it was then that I realized that, faintly, my form reflected off of the surface. Unable to close or move my eyes, I did my best to focus them. Focus. Focus. What am I? And that's going to be the first ending that we achieved. The ending of this is ending 3 out of... Not 3, this is ending 4 out of 7. The ending is known as Machine. That's that's the earliest possible ending you can get outside the joke ending if you know how to get that one, which I could get right now, but I'm going to do that later. For now, we're going to go back to the intersection where we're inside the mansion. But we're going to go outside now. This is the part where we could have... In fact, you can go back inside the house, it turns out. This is the part where Simon gives us a key that has 2 uses, so yeah. Rinks is now being hard on herself, thinking that she never do that creepy enough. Is to what it is. Things in retrospect, just for the future there, Rinks. Going forward. Anyways, we find ourselves back on this familiar road. Now, this forest section, I should mention, was originally supposed to be a lot longer than it ended up being, but due to time things and just scrapped elements, they didn't come into being. If we look down here, a car accident. It's basically the other side of that one area we saw earlier. We can go into the forest, though. This area was originally supposed to be a lot longer and have more to it. There's supposed to be a part where you go inside an orphanage and meet some children. If you buy the goodie bag DLC, you can see some concept art Rinks had drawn up for them and pieces of art that were scrapped involving that section, but they're not in the final game. Ghastly was going to be part of that sequence, too. We will save here and continue forward. Do-dee-dee-da-da, through the forest I go. As we meet this lovely scarecrow. A lot of people first think this is Simon, which is actually perfect. That wasn't actually fully intentional, but I kind of thought some people might. But more people thought it than I realized. Huh, that's a pretty creepy scarecrow. You don't say there, Marshmallow Monk. And suddenly, the good old scarecrow's already disappeared. What a devious feller. Anyways, the way that we can get out is just right over this way, so let's go up. Now, a lot of people think that this song is from Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Let me express what this is. There's a song that's about to kick in that has the drums that are used a lot in Silent Hill Shattered Memories, and that is actually somewhat intentful. I say this before, the music which I make is a mixture between being sounds I myself record, like this comb, which I always have on hand, as well as this cup. I always keep those in hand. I use them more often than not. And also my own voice is used a lot in my own songs. I also use miscellaneous sound libraries, both from freeware sound libraries and bought sound libraries. So I bought a sound library, and then I was listening to the sounds that I could use for music from the sound library I had bought, and I heard those goddamn drums. I was like, wait a second, those are the fucking drums from Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Oh, I have to find a way to use them. And I was thinking that other people might recognize it too, even though I know that familiarity can be bad in horror. I really want to use the drums in the song, so it ended up being this song. So if you want to know, it's because those drum sound effects are from a paid library of sounds you can use for music. You buy it and you can use the sounds for your compositions. And I had to use it when I heard the drums because I was like, oh, those are the same drums that were used in Shattered Memories. Oh, that's kind of funny. Still though, going forward. We just follow Ghastly through the woods, leading us on. Take a lot of twists and turns, regardless, through the tree lines. And she just goes right on away. And yep, comb music. I usually use comb in my music a lot. We can meet Ghastly for the second time in the game, right over this way. I'm very proud of how this synth section came out. I worked hard to make the synths work perfectly to the music. Regardless, let's talk to her.
You again. I guess we're both headed the same way. Huh. Which probably means
Before anyone asks, her name is not actually Ghastly, just like Marshmallow Monk. It's just a term I refer to her as, because I can't call her girl, because the character is referred to as girl. And no, she's not named after Pokemon. I've said this, I'm not very big on Pokemon. Ghastly is an actual word. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, back to talking to her.
Who are you? What are you hiding? Spit it out! What, can't you talk? If you're here and I'm here... Ugh, just forget it. I'm looking for someone. I don't know if they're here. In fact, I don't even know who they are. But if they're here, I need to see them. Otherwise...
Of course, she won't talk to us again. What most people don't do, which I'm happy about, because you can do, you can talk to her from behind, so just like she's talking to herself because she's bigger than you are. Let's go on forward. Then we get to this puzzle, probably the hardest puzzle in the game, purposely. It looks like the Scarecrow from before. Who's disappeared again? So basically, if we go up here at the very top, we can find that we can turn on and off these light switches. Actually, let me say don't, just so I can show this off for a second. There's an inscription and a strange eye-shaped button towards the front of the base of the statue. I should go to go there to interact with it. There's a statue here with a strange eye-shaped button at the base, along with an inscription. Open your eyes to the truth, close them to the lies. Press the switch, yes, which is on a red light. You can also, though, press it to turn it on and off. There's also, at the very front here, a little book thing we can read, and this appears to be the entrance lane underground. It's sealed off by bars. Let's do it. This appears to be a strange monument of a book made of stone. There is an inscription on the pages. Illuminate the path to the underworld, O seer of truth, seer of lies. What started as one, then became two. They never saw eye to eye, except where eyes were concerned. Yes is what he said. Yes is how he was read. It's all he had, a midsummer dream. So fitting he died, a midsummer scream. Given a midsummer scream, I mean. And then 9 times 8 plus 3 minus 72 with the square root of 121. Let it be seen, let it be heard. Poke the eye when you have learned. There's a button here. Press it. If you press it down, nothing happens. If you look at this from the bottom side, this appears to be a strange monument of a book made of stone. The text is on the front side of the monument. I should try and read this upside down. You can also get a similar event. Now, there's all these different gravestones. You need to find gravestones that are related to the 4 clues that they give off in that top tablet. A tombstone with an epitaph. Yorkie Smith, October 14th, 1987. Let it be known this man was a hero to many that gave his life in his line of duty. Now, some people may notice that this one, if you say his initials, it's Y-E-S, thus yes. In other words, yes is what he said, yes is how he was read, so as such, this one can be turned on. Yes. Let's go over here. This gravestone says, Michael Brown, March 30th, 1987. We will miss you dearly every day. We'll continue reading these. A tombstone with an epitaph. Lisa Benford, March 26, 1987. They told her she wouldn't make it. She didn't. A tombstone with an epitaph. Tom Sunderland, July 16th, 1987. Remember, caution slippery when wet, signed, serve a purpose. Now you may notice that his birthday is in the middle of July. If you pay attention, his birthday is the only birthday that's in summer. And there was the thing that talked about Midsummer Scream, A Midsummer Dream. As such, he's the only one in summer, so you can turn it on. A tombstone with an epitaph. Jennifer Howling, March 12, 1987. A beloved wife, sister, daughter, mom. We'll never forgive you, or forget you, forgive you. Oh dear. A tombstone with an epitaph. Eric Sterling, December 6, 1987. December 6, I should mention, is my sister's birthday. Most people wouldn't know that, but yeah. I always want to cherish a good meal. Just the birthday is a little nod there. A blank tombstone. A tombstone with an epitaph. Josh Pebble, January 21st, 1987. The nicer one of the two. If we go over here, tombstone with epitaph. Stan Pebble, January 21st, 1987. The more adventurous one of the two. Because there are 2 people here, 2 that don't see eye to eye and all that. You can flip the switch and turn that one on. There's another tombstone right here. A tombstone with an epitaph. Brian A. Sanford, which, by the way, is really, really close to my name. But yeah, not exactly. March 11th, 1987. A simple man who lived a simple life with simple pleasures and a simple wife. However, though, his date, March 11th, is actually related to... Yeah, happy belated birthday, because we're recording this a few days after her birthday, actually, I know. But I was going to say, this one, March 11th, is the math equation. It's, if you do the first math problem, it's 3. If you do the second math problem, it's 11. Thus, March 11th, which turns this one on. And there you go. Those are the 4 you have to turn on. You don't need to put them on in any order. They just have to be the only ones lit up. When you go to interact with this, blah, 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 press the button, which opens up the pathway. Ta-da! This is probably the hardest puzzle in the game. A lot of people get stuck here. Anyways, done. Have you ever dreamed of flying? What? Are you afraid of heights? I actually am afraid of heights. It's just, they seem so distant, so beautiful. Really though, afraid of heights, with everything that you do, I thought you wouldn't be afraid of anything. I guess everyone's afraid of something, huh? Listen, I know you're a responsible person. You take on a heavier duty than anyone I've ever known. You try so hard, and you trust so much. You're an idealist, you know? I know it's kind of weird to say, considering what you do. But you aren't a monster. Animals kill each other all the time for survival, to prove superiority. I guess the reason we can't do that is because we know too much. It's scary how much more complex the world becomes as you learn more about it. You don't say. The responsibility of knowledge. Let me ask you something. Do you want to kill me? This is a lot of people laughing. I'm happy that it does. Well, do you? Well, if you ever do, you have my permission, okay? I don't mind if it's you. You've done so much for me. Not quite the way to think of it, girl, but, you know, regardless. I sometimes dream that I'm a bird. Soaring far above the earth. Now, I kind of touched on this earlier, but I will restate this. There was a lot of content cut for the forest section. This was the section that got butchered the most. But I'm happy the scene comes through well enough, and this is what we have to do with it. And a lot of the stuff that was cut is maybe for the best, because it was kind of a very different sort of thing than the main game. It was originally supposed to be an orphanage scene where you're with some kids. I don't want to say too much because maybe I'll use it for some future project or something. Scrapped ideas are never fully scrapped. They can just be pulled from in the future, in my opinion. But, yeah. It'd be interesting to see if people would respond to that sequence that was actually done inside the game. But regardless, going forward from that, soaring far above the earth, further and further into the horizon. I suppose that birds must be fairly perceptive. They can see tiny worms from way up there, after all. I know I don't actually want to be a bird. Being that delicious would be a problem. I think I might just eat myself. And probably the novelty of pooping anywhere would be stretched thin doing it several times a day. I guess I just want to be free. With you, I feel more free than I ever have. Kind of funny, you know, because of your situation. Do you ever regret what I've asked of you? Do you? Certainly a question to lay on us all of a sudden.
Do you ever get tired of reflecting on those good old days? Giving you the whole free as a bird routine, do you think she really cared about you? She was just using you as a tool to do her dirty work, you know? But I guess what I think doesn't matter. After all, you're the contestant. What do you think? You think she's trustworthy?
Most people answer, I trust her more than you. In fact, almost everyone does. I like the response too, but I'm not going to say that. I don't trust her. She scares me. I definitely trust her. I actually forget what I recorded for him to say in all these different situations, so whichever one I pick, I don't remember which one were the best responses. It's just, I've seen so many Let's Plays of the game, and oftentimes the answers are pretty split. Almost everyone answers, I trust her more than you, with a few exceptions. I'm going to say, I don't trust her.
For good reason. She's not telling you the truth.
Going from that part. Where am I going? crystal is so pretty, glowing a hazy blue. It gives off the aura of untouched beauty. This. Let's save. Here would be the save file we're running over. Going on forward. A few things to investigate. Is this another one of the stations that Train Notice mentioned earlier? Is this even real? Definitely a question there, Marshmallow Monk. This isn't the actual moon. It's a drawing of the moon, but it hovers in the air like the actual moon. It looks familiar. Maybe for a few reasons. It almost looks like an insect or a cocoon. Stationary lightning. A lightning round, I get it. The skull is unbelievably huge. For a spider to hang that up in its web, it must be even bigger. Now then, go on up. Jim and Petty number 1 is one of my favorite pieces of classical music. I like to fit it into projects when I can because I love it too much. Which leads over to this sequence. This is another sequence that was cut down in length a lot from the Redux version. I also animated the candles for the final expansion version. It's never so slight. Animation was like incredibly hard to do or anything. Anyways, we go through here where we get to this puzzle. The good old Hanging Man puzzle. A lot of people think this is based off of a puzzle from Silent Hill 2, and I guess maybe it was kind of based off of that, but it wasn't what I was thinking of really when I was designing it. Maybe subconsciously I was thinking of it. I was actually thinking of the puzzle of, I guess, victim criminal setup. Because you're supposed to find out which one of these is not a quote-unquote deadly sin midsection, but yeah. 8 men hung dry, 7 were sinful, 1 was a lie. You are the jury and the judge, and must lift this everlasting grudge. Now there are 8 notes here to read, and we can pull different nooses. But to make the puzzle make a bit more sense, you can first go up here, actually. Make sure your answer is just, or you'll be hanged as you must. Yeah, the last sequence on older computers lags a lot. The newer version doesn't lag as much because I made a lot less events, but still. Find the righteous noose and pole. So there you go. There's some more hints there, and we can read all of these now. He found a loose dollar to his luck. He figured, hey, it's just a buck. And I kind of already said this, but all these related to the 7 deadly sins. There's 3 ways to solve this puzzle, which I'll say in a second. She admired her friend, she did. She wanted to live and experience her life, she hid. He watched the rapist execution on the screen. This son of a bitch had coming, he beamed. She lowered herself quietly into the fridge. She had eaten a lot, but maybe if she just had a smidge. Some boy had fallen to the river, it seemed. She decided not to get up. It was not her responsibility, she deemed. The Lord had asked them for a sacrifice. He gave up his son and hoped it would suffice. As she moaned and she thrust, her partner came in and she cussed. As he looked from him to they, he realized he was better in every way. So the solution to this one is not a deadly sin. It doesn't fall into gluttony, pride, wrath, envy, lust, etc., etc. And also, the second way to figure out is that people might figure out that this is a verse from the Bible. This is literally a situation the Bible proposes during its opening, I want to say opening chapters, but I'm not a religious person, but a lot of people know that. I know that, so yeah. The third way to guess it is through process of elimination of, which I've seen some people do, interestingly enough. We'll pull the noose, and then we'll go up here. This is also the scene where the game over scene makes the most sense if you lose to it, because it's the Marshmallow Monk painting, but yeah. Find the righteous noose and pole. Are you ready to tie the noose around your neck? Yes. Book of Genesis. What the fuck is a Bible? Anyways, now this scene goes forward. Less people question that scene than I realize. Why is there multiple Marshmallow Monks hanging from nooses on the fucking ceiling? Anyway, so let's decide to hang around too. Just to say hi again.
And we're back. How y'all doing? And it looks like we have a surprise guest.
I accidentally skipped that, but he's waiting for us.
Do you want to know a secret? He was asking for it. You were just giving her what she wanted. It's not your fault. It's hers. Close your eyes. Stick to the light.
Now we're going to get back to a scene from the original Close Your Eyes. It's the dark scene. Now this is the scene of the game that lags the most on weaker computers. Now there's also, this is the point where we get another ending. We can get the original ending from Close Your Eyes, just slightly modified, which I'm going to do first right now. So we'll go forward. Of course, as we go forward, we're going to see the girl wander off into the darkness that came out exactly how I wanted it to look, so that's always good. You have to stick to the light or else you'll die. You will die if you wander too far away from the lights. Now then, forward this way, where we meet the girl. Will you stay with me? Here's one of my biggest regrets about Close Your Eyes. And this is legitimately a regret. So far, everything is kind of flaws, but this is a severe regret of mine. I wish I didn't put this here where you have a choice. I regret this more than I can say, because there are so many people that stay with the girl, get that ending, and never play the best part of the game. In my opinion, the best part of Close Your Eyes, the scariest part of Close Your Eyes, is after this scene. But so many people will just get this ending, and we'll say, okay, Let's Play's done, thanks for watching, not gonna go for anything else, not realizing that they're missing the best part of the game. But hey, is what it is. So there you go. Biggest developer regret at Close Your Eyes, making this an option. Regardless, we'll stay and get the ending that most people get. I love you. Don't. Why leave me? And now we get the original ending of Close Your Eyes. I decided to make both the original ending and the Redux ending available endings, but now there's a total of 7 endings, obviously. Do you have any last words? Then may God have mercy on your soul. Release the platform. There were so many Let's Players that stopped there. Minx was one of them. There's more I could name, because not almost all, but in a high number of Let's Plays, like maybe over half of them, they stop after they get that ending. They either stop after they get that ending or they get the machine ending. They think that's the end of the game and there's not anything else more to explore, or they just don't want to explore, and that makes me sad. I'm going to be really curious how my next game is going to be received in terms of people getting endings, because in the next project, a big part of the game is that there are no game overs, but there are a shit ton of endings. So, and this is for Red Haze, the game is on Steam Greenlight again, which I appreciate people look. So I'm going to be curious if people will stop after the first ending, even if there's obviously a lot more to do. It's just a game where there's supposed to be a shit ton of endings, which you'll get to later, but yai. Release the platform. Unhinges itself. Enjoy. I'm sorry for waking you up, sleepyhead, but I need to show you this. Close your eyes. Why? 'Cause it's a surprise, silly. I trust you more than anyone now. You're all I have left. When I found that thing you buried in our yard, I never wanted to touch that thing. You know what Mom said that. Well, I guess you never really knew Mom. I used it to be able to bring Mom back. I'd be able to see my mama again. Our mama. Everything that's mine is yours. We're in this together. We'll always be together. I know I leave a lot of the work to you. Now open your eyes. And another ending obtained. This is ending 5 out of 7. 4 out of 7 was the machine ending. This is 5 out of 7, which is a surprise, silly. Now then, we're going to go back to our save file and continue down this route. This time we're going to leave her, as most people should do. Regardless. Girl disappears into the nothingness. We go this way. Unfortunately, for a lot of Let's Players do stop after they get a single ending, which is unfortunate because a lot of games often have content tied to different endings, and it's not like in this game a lot of the endings are not that. What makes this frustrating is this isn't like a really hard split in the path, it's a really easy one. Anyways, we'll leave. Don't you love me anymore? Why are you being so mean to me? I need you. You need me. Also, I should mention this. The girl, the single line of dialogue the girl says is voiced by Rinks, the artist, of course, who was in the chat there earlier. Don't you? I was all alone before you showed up. After Mom died. But Mom left me something. She left us something. It's up to us to bring Mama back. All it requires is some sacrifice. I'm sorry I make you do most of the work. Do you hate me? Sorry. Please don't be mad at me. It's not my fault. I'm sorry. You can use me however you want. I just want to be of some use. Please. Which leads over to this sequence. In the final expansion version, I had a save file here because I'm nice. Anyways, if we go the wrong direction, a message pops up telling us not to leave them. And you want to listen to those messages because if you don't... Anyways, from that front... Of course, I know the right way to go. Developer privileges. Still, though, it's kind of a big area, but not entirely too big. It doesn't loop also, to make it less confusing. I figured it was confusing enough being as big as it is. It's not actually huge, but it's still pretty big. There's also a bigger clue in the final expansion version. That's to say, there's a table here. It attracts attention, which leads over to this other door right here. There you go, we found where we needed to go. Life is simple. Let's go forward. Twist and turns out of this way. Which leads to a familiar chaser we met earlier. Now, in the original Redux version, this light was incredibly unforgiving. This light would bone you if you even messed up a little bit. This one is a little bit more forgiving than it was in the Redux. It gives you like a few more split seconds before it moves forward. So there's a bit more room for mistakes. It still can, I find that less people, originally a lot of people would die multiple times in this sequence. Now most people will just barely make it. It's a tricky light. Move on our way. But in the final expansion version, this part was made a lot easier. Hi. The twists and turns are still the same, but just the light itself is a bit more forgiving in how it chases. Don't tell anyone that, though. It's a tense moment. Before I move forward, it's coming. Yeah. Then we get to another new sequence. Say right there. Come to me, my little marshmallow. Come and rescue me. I've been waiting so patiently, but the is near at hand. I've carved your name in my flesh. The feeling as I peel back layers of skin and tissue was its own form of ecstasy. I fantasized it was you scratching out my innards. I want you to know how much I love you. I want you to kiss and taste the blood that cometh from what you inflict on me every day. You'll do that for me, right? I want you to feel my tangible love. Simon is dirty, and I want you to scream me clean. So we get to this little section of Simon, continuing off the previous long, dark, narrow corridor sequence. He's left a nice little heart here for us. I'm happy that people mostly recognize it as a heart. I was kind of afraid that wasn't immediately noticeable and someone would miss it, but yeah, I mean, that was just me guessing, though. That's always a fun scene. What? That couldn't be. That's impossible. And if we look over here, oh, little marshmallow. Of course I knew you were seeing other people. You can't hide these things from me. But you don't have to threat little marshmallow. I'll make sure no one can come between us. I won't let them. Simon is forever yours. As we continue through, we can start hearing his breathing in a second. Marshmallow, I saw you just a moment ago. I am so excited I can hardly hold it in. Please, little marshmallow, please keep going. Please, oh please, don't stop. Please. Oh, little marshmallow. Simon can't hold it in much longer. That's how I picture Simon talks, but that's open to interpretation because you never actually hear him speak.
Jump.
A lot of people will fight the power. You can just go endlessly this way. If you go backwards, though, you'll find that you end up back at the node a lot sooner than not. So yeah, let's jump like suggested. Don't jump, of course. A lot of people will go a long time, but there's nothing over there, it just loops. We end up in this whole area. There's no other directions to go besides what's pointed behind us, so we'll go that direction. Going on forward, where we find a note, the longest note in the game, and as a lot of people say, how the fuck did you write all this on a piece of paper? To be fair, that piece of paper just looks like it's the size of Marshmallow Monk, so it is what it is. Dear Valerie, did you think you'd get away with it? Did you take delight in thinking to yourself, oh, let's try a fast one on dumb old Simon? Did the thought you might have outsmarted Simon excite you? Did you perhaps do the dirty and pleasure yourself over that? Oh, Valerie, 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 my dear Valerie. I, of course, knew when you became hesitant to give me kisses, my dear. You were bringing someone between us. You wished to dirty your core. Pulsating, yearning, thump-thump. Simon knows. That's why Simon must punish you, dear Valerie. You were so delicate, unspoiled. You hurt me, Valerie. You were like a pure, glistening flower. I'll make it so your beauty can shine on, Valerie. I'll get rid of all that which soils you. First will be your eyes. I will take my thumbs and wiggle them around in your sockets. Squish them into mush, a fine paste. I'll lick away the liquids that pour out of your eyeballs, like overflowing tears. I wonder what vitreous and Aquarius humor tastes like. Isn't that such a funny name for it? May we possibly in this moment just sit back and laugh at what a silly name that is. But don't stir too much, dear Valerie, or else the next part may be more painful than it has to be.
Of course, it may be me that's trembling. You know how excitable I am. But the pain you may feel from my shakes and quivers is out of my love for you. With each sharp needle of pain and hot, pulsating sore, you may feel that's my love, Valerie. I want you to feel my love. When you can no longer see for which you've sinned, then I will get to work of making sure you can never reach out to sin again. I'm going to dissect your arms, dear Valerie. Do you know how many nerves are in the arm, my dear? I want to open you up, let your inner warmth flow over me. And I want to give you a treat for the senses. I will be delicate, my dear Valerie, as I begin to poke and pull at your nerves and veins. I want every nerve, every part of your arm to feel the bliss of my love before, snip, I cut them open. One by one, snip, snip, and then to saw through the bone. Before you know it, your arms will be gone. And that's almost enough. You will have almost felt the pain of which you've brought upon me, my dear Valerie. But we must scrub away the sin. I think you know where, dear Valerie. You need to stop yearning for him. He's already dead. He won't come between us again. At least he won't once I've scrubbed you down thoroughly. So you'll never crave for the flesh again, my dear. Until then, scream. Scream, dear Valerie. Scratch at the walls. Claw with your beautiful fingers at dirt and rock. Maybe someone will hear you. Maybe you'll find a way out I overlooked. Maybe I'm just lying to you. Maybe I didn't kill your perverted little boyfriend either. I'm coming for you, Valerie. Maybe you can still get away.
So anyway, Simon's Law note moment. We can move forward from that one and up. Going through a similar type of labyrinth. This time you can at least see the walls next to you, though. That's always nice. Oh my.
Oh, dear little marshmallow. I'm just up ahead. You may want to find me before dear Valerie comes around. She's as of late had quite the temper tantrum.
Which leads us to the Valerie maze sequence. Now this part, I actually released a patch to make easier because too many people got lost here. It's a bit easier. Still not incredibly easy, but you know. You can kind of tell where Valerie is based on the noise. You can hear it get slightly louder if you're paying close enough attention. It's going up. Hear how the noise is getting louder? That means she's getting closer. Yai. Going from there, we'll continue going up. Player feedback's important. Here's how I made it easier. In the original, there was no lights like this. The lights make it a lot clearer which direction you're supposed to be going. But when I first released the final expansion, there weren't lights here, but I added lights, so it was a little bit more obvious. Hey. Out of the way. Which leads straight to the staircase sequence. Let's ascend the stairs. Personal opinion, this is one of my favorite tone shifts in the whole entire game. I like how through the last few areas you've been in incredibly dark, claustrophobic type areas, and then you just ascend the staircase and now you're in this familiar location, but it's very bright, brighter than anything else in the game, and I like the switch in tone there. It's one of my personal favorites. Personal opinion there. Delicious pancakes, just like how she used to make them. This is where I used to sit to eat. This feels so nostalgic. This is where she sat. Huh, have a kill here. There's absolutely nothing behind this window. It's almost like magic. Blue skies and forests expand beyond the window. It's the first time I've seen daylight in I don't know how long. This window almost looks like a portal into another world. Try going through the window? Let's look around a bit more. Of course I will go through the window. Go through the window. Okay, here it goes. Huh, strange. Upon further inspection, this appears to be a painting of the outside. It looks so real, though.
Sinners love sin. Worship to the unholy. And God called unto Adam, and said unto him, Where art thou? Where art thou?
An odd scene I'm not going to explain right now, but does have purpose. Now then, we get to meeting everyone's favorite Simon. Little Marshmallow. I'm here. I'm coming in, Little Marshmallow. You finally come to save me, my love. So yes, you do get to see what Simon looks like. It's that scene. You and I will always be together, Little Marshmallow. And there you go, you have your little fun with Simon there. Which leads us back to the mansion, and this is where you can obtain 4 different endings, actually. I got myself ready to get them all. So we're gonna go for the 4 different endings that you can obtain in this scene. Something which a lot of people will miss if they're not paying attention. Let's go this way. The door is locked. The lock is in the shape of an annulus. There is another annulus key that's needed for that door. So, anyways, there are a few things we can do. The first thing I'll do is immediately go forward and get the Redux ending. This was the ending which was added in the original Redux version of the game, so yay. This is the second ending that you could get in the original Redux. This will also be the third ending that we're getting on this playthrough. Of course, we gain all 7, so we'll go for those in just a second. But first, this is kind of this ending that we're about to get is kind of the normal ending. The ending that you can get if you stay with the girl is the early ending. This is kind of the default ending, what was the true ending of the Redux version. There's actually a different true ending, which I'll talk more about later, but I won't say which ending is the true one. I'll just say it's not this one anymore. Anyways, going forward.
Welcome back to another exciting questionnaire.
I've killed everyone you know. Everyone you love is dead.
I hunt myself.
Because I couldn't live with
You still haven't figured it out yet?
You may have noticed that those last 2 lines, the laugh and you still haven't figured it out yet, it's actually from the original Close Your Eyes, but yeah.
feel right inside of her. Do it. You're enjoying it. Relish it. Good boy. Good boy.
I just want to let you know I love you. Let's be together forever. Till the end of time.
It starts with an itch and a tingle.
I think the machine ending was actually ending 6. Yeah, ending 6 was the machine ending. Ending 5 was the it's a surprise silly ending. And ending 4 was the ending we just got, which is you deserve a treat. Regardless, now we're going to get the other 3 endings, which you get this sequence. Now to get the other 3 endings, you need to have picked up the hexagon key earlier from the mansion, which most people pick up, so it's not really a big deal. In fact, most people probably don't even know you have to pick it up to be able to open up this door right here. It's the key that's inside the study, the room with all the bookshelves that's right next to the room where you see the pancake scene. Going from here, this area is similar to where we see earlier, but all the places have been opened up, and now there are spirits wandering. Why did you kill us? There is also a key in here, which is what you need to pick up. Obtain the Annulus key, which can be used in the main area. We'll haunt you until the day you die. We'll continue exploring around, see if we can talk to all the spirits here. You look like a stuffed animal. You're so small. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you from the moment I saw you. Up here... Why is it so dark? Where's my family? Hello? Hello? No matter what I do, every day I see those red woods by the train tracks. They haunt me, watch me. I figured you didn't kill us with no reason. And honestly, you aren't really to blame. I understand that now. You were just doing your duty, what you were made to do. Still, you have one twisted master. And to be frank, I'm never gonna feel pity for you. You really are nothing but a monster. Oh boy. Now, we can leave. We've talked to all the spirits. On top of the fact, we have obtained the key that we want to use. You can use the key back down here. We'll make a save game here. And it's time for things to get tricky. Trickylicious. The door is now open. Do you wish to enter? Don't. This doesn't seem wise. Let's enter. This is actually a scene that a lot of people don't end up seeing unless Chris look up the endings themselves, but we're going to trigger and get the 3 other endings in this part. Let's enter. And me a familiar face.
You. Listen, I know what you are. You're the same as me. No. You're worse, aren't you? I didn't mean to kill unjustly. I thought he... It doesn't matter, I suppose.
Before I continue, I want to say if I could patch this game, I'd fix the sequence up a little bit. It's a little bit more frustrating than it probably should be, but it is what it is, I guess. But anyways, getting into it. One of the things I would have fixed, there was actually a glitch. Ghastly here is supposed to give you a moment when she starts chasing you so that you can respond and react accordingly, but there was a bug where she starts chasing you immediately, so you have to kind of move immediately or else you're boned. That was a glitch, and I wish I could fix it, but I don't have the source code anymore, so it is what it is.
You're definitely worse. You're much worse than I. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who killed the boy by the tracks, right? He was someone precious to me. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to him. How you ruined my life. You're also the one who was behind the Judith Manor murders, were you not? You're sick. But enough of this. Just die. let all of this sin be washed away.
Now that you have like no time to respond before she starts chasing you, which is unfortunate. Yeah. One has to move their way out. Now what you want to do is that you want to hide behind the bookshelves, but I'm going to get myself get shot here for a second.
Aha!
Yai. So the next. Now I'm gonna trigger out the other thing. I just want to die to her once. Of course, I know what to do. Now I should have made the sequence easier in a few ways, I think. And if I could patch the game, I'd do that. But unfortunately, I can no longer do that. So, still, we'll skip through a scene for a second.
No, you. I did.
I.
It doesn't. You're. You're. I'm. For what you did to him!
Well, Rinks, you didn't voice Ghastly. Darian did, and I don't think so. This is actually really close to her normal voice. The person who voiced Ghastly, the voice that she uses for the character, I just kind of said I wanted a more down to normal voice, and this is very close to her normal voice.
How you're all yours, but just let.
Yeah. Now, to get to the scene which I mean to trigger, to be able to complete this sequence, what you want to do is that you want to get behind the bookshelves in the next area, so yeah. Get behind the bookshelves. You hide behind the bookcases as the girl enters into the room. She hasn't noticed you yet. What do? Now, there's two possible ways to win this. I'm going to do it this way. Creep further back into the study. You creep further back into the study as she looks around the table. She moves to examine the further up bookcases. Her back is turned, examining the further up bookcases. What do? See you hiding here, going for the kill, stay here, but pull out your knife for ambush, make a run for it. I'm going to pull out my knife for ambush. As she has her back turned, you silently pull out your knife. You wait. She's now making her way towards you. What do? Wait a bit longer, strike now, move further back into the study. I will wait a bit longer. You hold out a bit longer. She's getting closer. What do? Wait a bit more or strike now? I'm going to strike now, of course. You leap out from around the bookcase with your knife out. The girl is startled briefly and quickly raises her gun. However, she is too slow. And then we kill her. She slumps over.
I guess this was always gonna happen, huh? Maybe I had this coming. You really are a monster. But, you know, I always imagined the person who'd killed him to be more black sludge forming out the eyes, sharp teeth.
Some people may realize this is a reference to Face, but I'm not going to say anything more than that.
Maybe it's for the best. For you to end this everlasting dream. Please. Just. Please.
And now we have 3 endings available to us. You may notice there is a new door inside the study at the top area, but I'm going to find the gun. The girl's gun is lying on the floor. I shouldn't pick it up unless I plan to use it. Pick up the gun, pick it up, obtain the gun. Now I'm going to go save my game. The wise thing to do if you want to get all the endings is to go backwards and save your game again. I'm going to do just that right now. So there are 3 endings you can obtain right here. I will go for these two first. Let me save there. And go on forward. As we have our lovely music track playing there, I have good old love Jim Appetti #1. It's still one of my favorite pieces of classical music. So anyways, we can go through the door, and 2 endings are available through this door, so we're gonna get both of them. This wasn't here before. Enter? Don't. I've got other things to do. We're gonna enter instead. I had a lot of questions, not a whole lot of answers. Ever since I escaped from death row, something has been wrong. I'm not sure if with me or the world. I wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't, but at least now I know one thing. I was a murderer. This much had been made very clear, and now before me sat a person who asked me to kill her. As odd as it might sound, I felt strangely nostalgic. Many questions ran through my head, but I guess that doesn't matter. I don't need answers. I just need to do what I was made to do. What am I? I am sorry. I am a murderer. First I will say, I am sorry. I'm sorry. What have I been doing all this time? What purpose do I have to be murdering everyone? I'm terrible. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll never be able to complete our pact. Our super secret promise. Maybe it's best this way. That we're all buried and forgotten. I can make peace with this. I'm ready.
Took you long enough.
You know I understand, right? I'll always be here for you. You ask yourself so many questions, but I already know the answer. You aren't sorry. Your body craves it.
But for coming to this conclusion, congratulations! You are amazing contestant, our winner!
You're exactly what we've been looking for. Soon, you too will see. We've got a lot to catch up on.
It starts with an itch and a tingle.
That is ending 1 out of 7, which is you're a winner. Still though, now we're gonna go for the other ending that we can get from that door, which I'm gonna go for right now. Through the door, past this way, and the route round out, which should be up in this general direction. You did win something, but yay. Enter, but of course. And then the other ending that you get from this door right here. I had a lot of questions, not a whole lot of answers. Ever since I escaped from death row, something has been wrong. I'm not sure if with me or the world. I wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't, but at least now I know one thing. I was a murderer. This much had been made very clear. And now before me sat a person who asked me to kill her. As odd as it might sound, I felt strangely nostalgic. Many questions ran through my head, but I guess that doesn't matter. I don't need answers. I just need to do what I was made to do. What am I? I am a murderer. In the end, I can't change what I've done. I can't change what I am. Maybe, in this case, I'll be able to help put someone out of their misery at least. No hard feelings to you, young lady. I hope if there is an afterlife, it treats you kindly despite what you did. Good night. She looks peaceful. Well, that means there's only one more victim left now. Then my job is done. I don't know if it's right or wrong, truth or lies, deception or reality, but I know one thing. This noose is real, and it's going around my neck. In my last moments of consciousness, I remember her smiling face, and I realized then how much I wish I could have spent more time with her. I miss you. Goodbye.
It starts with
I'm gonna let the credits roll in this case. There's 2 more endings we need to get, but they have different credits on, so I'm gonna let this one play here. So, those are 5 of the 7 endings. We're gonna get the last 2 endings in just a second, but I'm gonna let these credits roll for a second so you can see them roll. This is the last ending that we can get that has this music song play, so yeah. I'll let the song play for a second. Of course, I love it. It's good old Let It In by Josh Woodward.
There's something that lives inside me. I promise I never let it end. Oh, it grows and divides inside me. It's making a home beneath my skin. Scratch till my fingers go numb, but my skin never bleeds. A silent accomplice waits and feels when I'm asleep. There's something that lives inside me. I promise I never let it end. And divides inside me. It's making a home beneath my skin. Oh.
2 out of 7 obtained. Everyone dies. I just want to listen to the song to that one. Now we're going to get the other ending. The other ending you can get through this route is if you picked up the gun that Ghastly drops and then go back to meet the host, things will be a bit different now. Let's roll and go. Here's what happens if you pick up the gun and then go see good old Hosty. This is my personal favorite ending, but regardless.
Welcome back to another exciting questionnaire.
Everyone you love is dead.
I hung myself.
Because I couldn't live with
Yeah, I like that ending. Still, though. Oh yeah, there's one more ending for us to get, which is the joke ending, then we move on to the girls' graveyard side of things. If you guys have any questions, you're free to ask them right now for the streaming audiences. But, for the moment, let's go for the last of the regular Close Your Eyes endings outside of the bonus girls' graveyard ending. We have to resume from this save file where we're inside the mansion again. And get the other ending route. Gotta look around some. I'm looking. I need to try all these exits till I found what I'm looking for. Not what I needed. I'm hunting still. There's also a secret I want to find. I'll find it. Let's see, is it down? Actually, I think it's this one that'll lead to the secret I'm looking for. Yep. Still going this way and that way and looping around. Belly chaser. This is not where I need to go. Is it up here? Nope. I'll go over here now. Okay, good. It's not the trick ending there, as you can see where that one monster was. It's devious, I know. Let's fuck that up. Fuck, got caught by it anyway. I was trying to avoid it. Finding this last one can either be super easy or super tricky based on what you're looking for. I can do it. I can get this. I can find the secret ending. It's hidden for a reason. You can only get this ending if you played the radio in the party scene earlier. It's that thing I was talking about. Oh, fuck. Hi. Gonna work hard for that secret ending. But again, you have to find a green door-looking thing. Is what you're looking for, and it'll be obvious when you find it. It's just the path to it is very convoluted. I forget if you have to go down or up. Okay, so I know that you can access it close to one of these areas. Okay, so it's not either of those. That means, oh wait, I think you get it from here. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Time to try a lot of different portals till I find something that works. Oh no, I found the trick! Not what you want to find. All the warpity warps here in this part of the mansion. I see there where I need to go to, but I just need to locate it. I think you can find it easiest when you enter this one area. Not this area. But I think I can access it from here. Thankfully it's not that trap. It's close to here. I know it's close to here. God fucking dang it. We're gonna find this fucking thing. I know it's around here somewhere. I know it's around here. Fuck. Oh, here, I found it. Oh, good timing, me. You have to find the thing that loops into a lot of the other areas. I mean, that actually was not specifically it. Okay, you know what? I need to do the opposite of what I just did. Okay, good. Fell for it. Right, I know which one I need to go for now. It's this one, isn't it? No, it's not that one. It's around here, though. I know what it is. Oh, here we go. I found it. Fucking finally. And here we go. We found a green door-looking thing. Now, this ending you can only get if you interact with the radio again earlier. Let's go with it.
I finally found it. Proof of aliens.
Welcome, marshmallow-shaped Earthling. You have done well to come here. You have unlocked the mysteries of the galaxy.
The mysteries of the what?
You have unlocked true knowledge. All you must do is ask it, and it shall be known.
True knowledge? Any question I ask? Okay, I think I get it. You're an alien, right?
Yes, to be blunt, I am what you Earthlings know as an alien. In fact, everyone you've encountered along this journey are, in fact, aliens. To be honest, I am surprised you didn't discover this sooner. Literally, the man who talks a lot is green. How could we make it more obvious?
Listen, Earl, I'll take it from here. Now, don't you go touching that dial.
So, what was your name again? I guess it doesn't really matter. Names aren't important. Me? Well, I'm the host. Are you ready? Ready for what you ask? The next exciting questionnaire! How did it feel when you're in the last houses of life for a neck? I hear you really went to town on her, with the flesh of her throat really got deep in there. Were you perhaps looking for something?
There's something that lives inside me. I promise I'll never let it out. Oh, it grows and divides inside me. It's making a home beneath my skin.
Done some rather messed up things, but it's okay, we all do have a few flaws. But despite what you may think, I'm just here for you, to ask a few questions to help you out. From the bottom of my heart, I'm not going to judge you, hurt you. I'll support you, no matter what you choose. We all have choices to make. I'm just here to help you make yours, and help you find your way. Murderous, psychopathic, bloodlust, deranged, messed up, brutal kid, animal, and cop serial killer. But you're a murderer. We all knew it. There's no secrets between us. I guess the real question isn't the what, it's the why. So why did you kill all those people? For kicks? Did you have a reason? Why did you kill her specifically? Don't you miss her? Won't you close your eyes?
There's something that lives inside me.
It really is Sir
Promise
Toxin.
I never let it out.
Stop!
Oh,
What? Was there something wrong with it?
I just want to ride the spaceship.
Oh, well, you could have just said so. Everyone say aliens!
Aliens!
Oh, Marshmallow Monk, you're such a kidder!
Giddy up!
totally canoning, obviously. Now we're not even close to being done, though, because we're going to go into Girl's Graveyard. Oh boy, which means we have to go way earlier in the game. Hi. And forward we go. To get this, you need the Goodie Bag DLC, so I'm going to go on ahead. This is just a touch-up of a previous game I released known as Girl's Graveyard. There is new content in it, but it's not too much. And on that front, also the DLC thing includes the soundtrack for Close Your Eyes, Girl's Graveyard, and Outside You songs. And artwork, including artwork which was scrapped in the game, some of the stuff which was made for Steam trading cards, some wallpaper stuff, and scrapped art, concept sketches that Rinks did, etc., etc. This door is a gateway to another world, different but similar to our own. It is not part of the main game and was unlocked by the purchase of the Goodie Bag DLC for Close Your Eyes. Entering this door will commence the Girl's Graveyard minigame. Do you wish to enter? But of course I do. Now, this was actually made before Close Your Eyes, I should mention. It was made after a blank slate to the game that we started off showing in the stream, but yai, let's enter. Yep. Girl's Graveyard. We can press start and make a save file, which I'll make here. Tips and tricks. Collect the piece of candy and return to the house to complete the round. You're a bit faster than ghosts, slowly gain an edge on them by running away. Ghosts are a bit puzzled by real-world objects. A good tip to evade is to hug against a grave and wait to see which direction the ghost goes, then go the opposite way. Bats are fast but consistent. Time when to run by them makes all the difference. And here's a curious question. This is both for YouTube and the stream. Maybe more so for the stream than YouTube, I'm asking both. Who here has seen Girl's Graveyard before? Because if not, this should be a fun ride. If you have seen Girl's Graveyard before, there are differences, but they're not as radical as the final expansion in Close Your Eyes. A lot of them were to help make it so that the game could be sold, because there was a few things I couldn't use. And a few changes to make a few things a tad bit easier, and I added in a few extra things, but yai. Let's roll with Girl's Graveyard, which, by the way, is kind of hard game. This is an easier version of the initial Girl's Graveyard release, but yai. Round 1-1. Which gets us started right on the way with our little ghosty friends, where we have to pick up candy. Now then, with our magical candy, we can return back to this person who was voted by the chat to be like Slenderman-esque.
Ooh la la.
Which leads to the new stuff. There is actually a new additional round in each world, so there's now a... Oh dear God, that's a bad position to be in. But there is now a second round to each of the rounds. So there's a 1-1, a 1-2, etc., etc. Oh no! Jeez, this was almost a terrible position. Somehow I got out of it, though. All you need to do is return with the candy.
Ooh la la.
Simple enough, right? I think it's simple. Round 2-1, which we can save over there and continue making our way. So all the ones, like 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, etc., were in the original Girl's Graveyard. All the 2s are new to it in this goodie bag thingy-majigger. I designed them because I wanted to make some more Girl's Graveyard levels, so I did. Going through to collect the candy, avoid the ghosties. Bye, ghosty. No more roasty for that ghosty.
Ooh la la.
Hey, I am pretty good at my own game. I don't mean to brag. Which is weird because in a lot of instances developers are pretty bad at the game. I think I'm pretty good at it. Let's have to get on back out. The levels loop so you can come back either direction really, and sometimes there's better directions, but you sort of have to make the estimation for yourself. Here we go, we got the candy, which means we can move forward and then out.
Ooh la la.
3-1. This level was actually changed up a lot to make it a little bit easier for people. A lot of people ran into difficulties with this one, it turns out. Silly old ghosty fell for the oldest trick in the book. Regardless, you may also notice there's a few things a little bit off right now. But hey, ignore that, everything's not important. It's just a cute little mini-game, right? We're gonna collect the candy and make our way back. Okay. Avoid that. And now time for one, in my opinion, is the fucking hardest of the levels. This one is by far the hardest level.
really precise. This is the one where I'm going to probably fail at, because this one is just hard. I'm a cruel mistress for making this level. Oh god, fuck. You lovely ghosty. Don't anyone ever tell you otherwise. You are beautiful. No matter what they say. Words can't bring me down, 'cause I'm beautiful. Now then, make the grand escape. God, I got caught last second. Hey. Wait a second for it to cross on over. Oh, the ghost got over. I don't want the ghost to come in that direction. It's actually best if it comes in this direction, but not so soon. I almost made it is the worst part. But if you mess up, you have to start over. I should have gone forward. The ghost got stuck on the bat. That was me going too soon. This is the hardest level. I am a cruel man for creating this abomination. This level is definitely the hardest of the bunch. Rolling through. Don't find me, Ghosty. You figured it out. Ghosty powers. To make sure the goddamn bats don't get me. It's this other ghost over here I need to worry about. Oh dear. Oh no. I kind of actually want the ghost to come over here. Make my life easier, actually. The other ghost stays stuck, though. My life would be... God dang it. I mean, I knew going into this was going to be the part that was going to be the hardest. This isn't the hardest part of the game, but it's definitely up there. Actually, if he follows me, it might be for the best, because it'll make this part harder, but it'll make the round trip back easier. Not to mention the ghost can get stuck on the bat like that, and that's the desired outcome, because it'll make this next sequence a lot easier. Okay, I think I'm good. It's very rare for me to say in this. Just have to take it carefully. There we go, we did it. Did it. Nailed it. So it's just round 4. You may notice that this round doesn't have a tag on it. So yeah, work with what we got. I went too soon. I should have just done it like how I usually do it. You can go that way, but I find it easier to just do it like how I'm about to do it. Of course, there's another ghosty that's trying to say hi to us. Hi, ghosty. Where are you going? You're gonna go up? Okay. No, you're not, ghosty. No, fuck. I just have to play pitter patter, slap the gather, ghosties all the way. As long as you stay there, ghosty, life's okay. I should have rushed it. It was a perfect run outside of that too. I shouldn't do it immediately. I know I shouldn't. I'm just trying. Ryan, patience is a virtue in Girls' Graveyard. I should know this. This little ghosty went to roasty. It's okay. Figure out which direction you want to go, ghosty. You figured it out. Okay, time to evade you because I can, because I'm devious. I'm pretty okay at my own game. Oh no, I just made things a lot harder for myself than they need to be. Oh no, oh no. Ghosties don't listen to his shit, alright? Jeez, Ghosty, what are you doing over there? That's gonna make life harder. I have to avoid you with this. Oh god, you decided to go that way. Ghosty's dumb though. He doesn't have big brains like his brothers. Go down here. Come on, Ghosty, you got this. Okay. Divert this ghost. If I'm very lucky, I can dupe him even here. I did it. I duped it. If you're really, really lucky, you can dupe this ghost. hip hip. It's okay, this is normal. Regardless, something's gone a little bit screwy with our little minigame game. How unfortunate. Or maybe fortunate, it was kind of a hard game, wasn't it? As we continue to go forward, we'll save here and continue our route forward here. This seems a bit familiar. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Candy! Now default RPG Maker assets, that's kind of odd. Nope. But now we're gonna, of course, scram ourselves through a tunnel. Girls' Graveyard was a bit of an interesting game to make. It was made for a Halloween project for RPGmaker.net. It was made in a little bit less than 5 days. So yeah. Ocean is more ancient than the mountains, and frighted with the memories and the dreams of time. Red Room Curse. Read. I can't read that. Something. Read. Something different that I cannot read.
Do you like candy?
Ah, maybe. Plague Doctor. Read. Down in nowhere, USA, in the small settlement known as Cobbletown, lays an old abandoned farm known as the Versal Estate. Many legends and myths surround this mysterious farm, but they all have one thing in common: the Plague Doctor. Said by some to be a man driven insane, by others a terrible demon. Not much is known about him, not even if he truly exists. But I know the truth. My younger brother and I once went to the farm, just looking around, you know. I found my younger brother with his skin peeled back, with meat hooks piercing his muscle tissue. I ran. I kept running and running till I could run no more. While I ran, I swore I could see a casted shadow of an unbelievably tall man with a long beak right behind my own. I tried to warn that town. No, I begged them to believe me. But none of them took me seriously. That town is full of crazies, I tell you. Absolutely crazy. I tried to forget, but I can't. Every once in a while, when I pull back the shower curtain for a moment, I see my younger brother, his skin missing, his muscles bleeding. In the dim light as I lay to rest, as I can't sleep with the lights off no more, I swear I see that impossibly tall shadow. If you ever happen to pass by a strange little settlement known as Cobbletown, please do not enter Versal's estate and suffer as I have. Such horrible places have no right to exist in this world. Okay. Tenebrosi verba. Read it? Yes. Diumbras saluint anathema quandam e apere tua mors est certa perque est inanus. Latin, huh? Little jello monsters decide they want us. Now we can head on out, though. And as Ring said, the Japanese there mentioned Red Room. And some of you might know what the Red Room is, but yeah, we're in a strange little foggy area. We can venture to who knows what gains. They got giant flowers, so that's gotta count for something. Oh, there's what I'm looking for. We can enter. This looks a bit familiar.
Do you like candy?
Huh. Well, there you go. And candy to pick up. Well, that was weird. We're gonna neglect that, obviously, and continue going forward.
Do you like
They really want me to know if I want candy or not. Regardless, moving forward a bit more. That's done by Emily, who sometimes shows up in the streams. Now we're in an odd maze. A very dark maze. That wasn't the right way, evidently. Of course, being me, I know exactly which way to go. I have this memorized. Right, Candy. I have this memorized like no other. See, we're fine. This is fine. What an odd room. Unfortunately, it seems to be that we've become trapped inside this room. Do you like the red room? There's two reasons why the text is in Japanese. The first one is this is actually based off of a Japanese curse, the Red Room curse, which is believed if there is technology that can be cursed with a Red Room curse. The second reason, I am coming. The second reason is because most old video games were Japanese produced, and this is actually a parody. You may have noticed this, but Girls' Graveyard is a parody of a old 1980s video game known as Girls' Garden. I'll talk more about that one later. Can you find me? But if you are curious, this Girls' Graveyard is a parody of Girls' Garden, which was an old 1980s NES game. I'm here. Some people may know some red hazy thingamajiggers. Regardless, we'll go on this direction. Remember, don't blink. And here we go. On the other side of the lake, we find a little red cloak, a little red hood. What's going up? Pick up the candy because we deserve it, and let's go talk to everyone's favorite girl up here. Tick tock, you're sweet, like candy. Too sweet, you're a bother. Tick tock, I watched, I cried. Why are you so sweet? Couldn't you have been a bit more sour? Tick tock, you glanced, you spoke. Why now? Why then? Tick tock. You make a save file here. You're a bother. Not quite as cute anymore, but that's unfortunate. Let's go on back down and continue on our way. The music in this sequence was actually composed by Tick115, or Tom as a lot more people know him as. I'm grateful to him because he doesn't do music very often, and horror is not his forte at all. In the previous sequence and this sequence, the music is done by him, so... Why? We were one the same, never the same. Tick tock. Time ran across the clock. An instant froze and never stopped. Tick tock. I hate you. Over this scene. This scene lacks on every computer, even my own, because there's a lot going on here. It's okay, I'll make it to the bottom. I know in my ability. I believe in my ability. We just have to make it down to the bottom, we should be okay. Time to avert that thing. Just gotta keep going down. Things are getting a little bit crazy, but I made it. Listen, I know you and I have our differences, but we're kindred spirits. If I can do it, so can you. You can't wait forever. Listen, I know I'm not always the easiest person to deal with. I know that. And heck, who am I of all people to talk about love? But you have to go for it, or who knows how long you'll regret it. You'll knock him right out of the park. I just know it. No need to be shy. You're very likable. Very sweet. Besides, I'll be here with you always. Which leads off to that sequence, and then we have another candy collecting scene. Everyone loves to get their candy. I love getting my candy. So, Girls Graveyard has a free version available. It's kind of added just as a bonus for the Close Your Eyes goodie bag magic thing. There are additions to this, as I said, and a number of fixes. Things to both make it less frustrating and also add some more gameplay content to it. But a lot of it's the same. It's less so than the Close Your Eyes changes, as an example. God damn these ghosts. On the bright side, if I lure these ghosts away right now, maybe I'll have an easier time later. I don't know, it's just a theory. I will take the downwards route. I feel like that should be okay. Okay, yep. Dupe the ghost just in time, so that's good. Help your dumb ghost. Help your really dumb ghost. Oh no. The ghost is catching on. This is problematic. Maybe I've outrun the ghost by now. I'm gonna have to go this direction. By the way, almost all the music in this game was actually not made by me. There are a few tracks made by me, but in this particular instance, more of the music was made by a person named Sorrow. Some of the music was made by Tom. There was other people that did some of the music and all that, but a lot of it was pretty straightforward in this case, not made by me. Oh dear God. I'll go this way because I can. Please, bat, be merciful. Let the bat over here be merciful, or the ghost be dumb. Oh, the ghost was dumb, thank God. If one can avoid the spooks. I don't see Sorrow around anymore, but Sorrow has given me the permission to use the music for whatever, so I'm like, okay, Sorrow, thank you. Because they made this music specifically and all that, so... let's roll with it. If we move over to different places, don't get caught by that bat. If I got caught, I said butt, I think. If I got caught by that bat, then I'd be, oh dear, because I'm almost out of this part. Let's give the candy away.
Ooh la la.
Which leads us into the house. We'll save, of course. Things to read here for a moment. It was your choice, so you claim. But there's not much in this room, so I'm gonna go back. We go over to that way. There you go. A lovely, deeper area here. Went in deeper. The house is very blue, and I don't even know what to do. I want to kick into... I like the jingly part at the end of this song. This part. I'm gonna skip it now. Round 6. My sweet treat. Which means now we have to go out of our way to try and find what we're looking for in this favorite old ghost maze over there. Ghost maze. Provide me your secrets. Gonna keep that ghost stuck in there. Fuck you, ghosty. Oh dear. The ghosts are piling up. Oh, I found where I need to go. Is the worst part. Oh dear, not then. Okay. I can do it! I can do it! Out of here! Made it. Works for me. You were so sweet. So claims the piece of paper. You start investigating. A scribbly sound? Looked like one of my sweets. Definitely possible. Of course, another scribble, scribble, scrabble. A new flavor. All the weird writings here, but only so many licks. You weren't my flavor. I pushed, you pulled. That scene. Oh dear. You're a bother. I always forget when the timing of that last bit is. Now we can walk through this rather long corridor. You'll find that there are in fact walls above us and below us. Anyways, continue walking. Tick tock, tick tock. I wonder where I've heard tick tock before. What a mystery. Regardless, come knock knock knocking. Now there's two things. First of all, we'll notice that the walls are getting a lot closer to us. How peculiar. Also, we'll notice we can't go backwards after a certain point. There's now a new wall here. That wasn't there 5 seconds ago. Well, it was actually more like 20 seconds, but regardless, moving forward. Na-da-da-da-da. Gotta make use of all this space. Knock knock. Well, we'll continue going forward. And a dead end, along with a knock knock knocking. Let's sound back. Oh dear. Ooh, difference here, which means we can go up and interact with this door. I knocked. Knock knock. Nothing but silence. Tick tock, tick tock. Then comes the day where the clock stops. Knock knock. Won't you let me in? Boys like sweet things. This was never about ghosts or ghouls, or candied sweets. Tick tock, tick tock. Please open the door. I put myself into the situation, selfishly, righteously. I kept coming. I knocked. He let me in. I was never a friend to either of them, really. I just wanted to feel. Lick lick. Like a piece of candy. Like a sweet thing. Open the door. Or maybe it was I that closed it. You that closed it. Tick tock, tick tock. I'm a bother. Which leads into a familiar fleshy stream scene. I wonder where I've seen these before. Regardless, going forward. Which leads into a weird zone like this, where we get another save point. Excuse me, Marshmallow Monk, we don't need your save file right now. We'll save over that one. To go forward we go. This is familiar, both in the sense of close your eyes and blank slate. We meet both once again and at last. Please heed what I say and say what I heed. Tell me, where do you suppose we are? We are here, we are in a game, we are dead, we are in purgatory. We are here. An empty answer as any. Why do you think we are here? I am trapped, we are being played, the girl in red haunts me, I did something terrible. I did something terrible? But is it any more terrible than what anyone else has done? Is it possible that all answers are in fact both correct and incorrect? Will you embrace me? Yes. Maybe that was the problem from the start. And she changes. Which provides a new twist in the road for us to turn over this way. Oh dear. dear, this one's probably more God dang it. Oh, I forgot to just reset you here. No, I actually forgot to put the laughing track in this part. Still though, we'll make our way through as we do. Made it. And made it. It's okay. We make an approach up here that we can make an escape for to brighter lights. Look at all them eyes. I'm the worst. Why? Why him? Who knows? Well, you can answer that there. He loves me not, but I want him. Maybe we never were friends. Maybe I just wanted you around for me. I'm terrible. I've known him for much longer. I remember the late nights we used to share as kids. Why did he choose... He always liked witches, ever since we saw that one movie about the delivery witch. I thought, for Halloween, if I dress like this, I want to matter to him. I can't stand him with her. I can't... When you approached me, I was hesitant, to say the least. But your sweet talk. I love sweet things. It's not like I wanted it, but your words lured me. The sweetness that I lured from you, and I convinced myself it was alright. And you were just that. You were sweet. But it felt artificial. And, well, as the night went on, I realized this was a mistake. On the clock, and with each tick and each talk, you wore on me. Your neediness, your sweetness. Tick tock, tick tock. Knock, knock. There came a knocking at my bedroom door. The light switched on, and she stood there. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In an instant that seemed to linger forevermore, we all remained motionless. The first to react was you. You grasped me and looked at her. So primal, so needy. She did nothing but stare. Your sweet turned to sour. So desperate. Possibly, if you had never said the following, we could have all just forgotten this. But then you said, you know, you were never a friend to me. And that triggered it. A blur of blankets and flesh. Noise. And then, darkness. When the darkness settled and our eyes adjusted, there were only two hearts still beating in that room. Life is a delicate thing. She died that Halloween in the little stained with a little red blotch. Never to breathe again. To dream again. To love or hate again. I felt empty, hollow. I couldn't register as real. If you had left then, I don't think I would have done anything. But for you to lay back beside me after, with that disgustingly sweet look on your face, you're a bother. You're rotten. You disgust me. Why did I fall for such a disgusting sweetness? I screamed at you, tears swelled in your eyes. You tried to continue. Oh, I didn't fix that. Oh well, whatever. As if nothing was wrong, pig. I was probably just as terrible as you. You may have been the one who initiated it, but did I worsen it? Full of contempt and rage, with a desired vengeance, I killed you. Two girls and a boy. All at fault, so maybe no fault at all. Feelings of hate, lashing out at nothing. Buried. Forever looped. A dawn that never comes. The darkness swallows. Save file there. And then comes this fun scene. I did not make this any... I made this part a little bit easier, but not by much. This is quite the moment. But thankfully I know what to do. And I did add extra save files to make it easier, I guess. But outside of that, the scene itself is mostly the same. Let's skip on through. Look at all these things I need to desperately avoid. Not going that way. To the middle. Round 7. We'll save there. Hey, it's a familiar face. Huh. Just kind of standing there, though. Now there's some ghosts coming. We should probably avoid that in the meantime. Things to go and go and go through. Oh, I got caught by the ghost. That was my fault. That was my fault. Let's go. Save station here. Maybe a little bit, but it depends on the game. Hi, Marshmallow Monk. Bye, Marshmallow Monk. As we go through this sequence. Oh, it caught me. I'm doing pretty bad at this. I can do this. This is the hardest part of this whole entire thing, so a few deaths are expected. Going on through. Get ready for the marshmallows that are monked. Yeah. There's a save point, which means we can continue from this point. It's getting tougher. Oh dear. Marshmallow Monk, no, don't squish after us. And thus Marshmallow Monk squished after like he's never squished after before. He's coming to get us. Dun dun. Dun dun. Squishy Marshmallow Monk, and now we find ourselves in this situation. As we go up and escape. Thankfully I know exactly where I am. Which leads us to a familiar scene as we collect a piece of candy for a house to go forward through. Well, this is also a bit familiar. A few bit familiar places, actually. Familiar. You may have noticed there's actually a few scenes of Close Your Eyes that flashed in the new version of this, but that's okay. For now, we're in a familiar area, but with a different song. And this is less familiar. Let's just avoid her for the moment, just standing there, having a good old stare down. She's gone now, though. Areas to go up to. You can remember the good old stick to the light moment. Just gotta stick to the lights. There is no heaven. There is no hell. No afterlife. No purgatory. I came because you let me in. You let me right in. You let right in. Right in, as they always do. I'll always be here with you. Which leads to this scene. Nothing over there. Nothing to investigate with any of these things. There's now a new computer down there. Hi, computer. Can't interact with it, though. Okay, we're gonna go interact with him now. Hey, sir. Let's talk. Hey, listen. I'm interested in someone now. You know her. Really, it's thanks to you that I met her. Fooling around has been fun, really. But I think both of us knew we couldn't mess around forever. You're a wonderful friend. I can't imagine life without you. Since we were kids, you've always been watching over me. I'm lucky to have met you. I love you, just not like that. I shouldn't have messed with you. It was wrong of me. I think we both were just lying to ourselves to ward off the loneliness. I'll always be here with you. You're my best friend, but we need to stop fooling around. Let's just pretend this never happened. Just forget about it. It'd make things complicated. I'll talk later, but thank you for understanding. Goodbye. No, I don't want you to. Please don't leave me. Hey there, sleepyhead. Not feeling too well again today. I decided to check up on you to make sure you're okay. Also, my boyfriend gives his best regards. He was worried about you, too. You know, I might have never met him if you hadn't introduced us. I'll never forget that. I'm very grateful to you. He's absolutely wonderful. He's very unique, isn't he? He says you two have been friends since you were both young. He says you both used to have sleepovers and watch movies all the time. So he really used to call you Kiki? That's so cute. You're blushing. Oh my gosh, he actually did call you that? That's adorable. I'm so happy to have met him. He's quite the silly one, isn't he? I'm being punished, aren't I? What did I do to deserve this? I just recently met her. Why did I introduce them? Why did I... We can go through the door now, but of course. Which leads off to this final sequence. I like the song. Sweet. The farthest lie from what I am. The lie that people actually believe. I'm not sweet. I'm not kind. There are all sorts of things that lay beneath that which we consider truth, that which we consider real. Things much older than man, much older than the earth itself. They haven't gone anywhere. They're always here, with us, observing us. If you take away the light that illuminates us, that which blinds us from the truth, all you have left is darkness. My grandfather was an avid believer in such a darkness, a layer to reality that we humans could normally not see. He used to tell me stories about great entities, about lonesome monsters, about a force that manipulated our plane of existence, manipulating us almost unconsciously. Those who seek it would disappear into the night. He believed these people became one with this unconscious force. My grandfather was a wise man. I'm not a sweet or nice person. There's a local legend that my grandfather was especially fond of. The face. The smiling one. The grinning demon. It was known by many names. My grandfather believed this legend not only to be true, he claims to have seen the demon. That before my poor grandmother passed away, he'd find her talking to the walls. But it was no simple case of dementia. She started saying things, rambling on what first seemed like nothing but nonsense. But the thing is, everything she said in her rambles, it all came true. It was almost as if she were reciting things that hadn't happened yet. When grandfather approached her about this, scared and concerned for her, but also curious, my grandmother did nothing but stare back at him, giving him a sly grin. Something was obviously wrong. One night, as they lay to rest, he pretended to be asleep and laid there motionless. As he pretended to sleep, an hour or two later, grandmother got up. She walked out of the room. Some distance away, he could faintly hear her whispering to herself. No, not to herself. Grandfather swore he could hear something whispering back. My grandmother died. Or at least, that's what they say. Her body was never found. There were no signs of a break-in, of anything stolen. All of her belongings were left behind as well. People questioned my grandfather what happened to her, but he refused to speak to them. Many suspected it was he that did it, but no one pressed any further. It was years later when he finally told me what happened the night she disappeared. That night, he pretended once more to go to sleep and wait for grandmother to get up and leave. This time, however, he followed her, carefully, silently. As he crept down the dark hallways, he spotted a faint light coming just a crack from beneath one of the doors. A candle? He heard her whispering to herself excitedly. He hid in the nearby guest room and waited for her. She took a while, but eventually she opened the door and left, going off back to bed. He waited a few moments and then crept into the room. A candle still wavered on the desk, shining dimly, casting an orange glow. He glanced around. However, he spotted nothing unordinary in the room. As he began to think it was maybe just old, he was just maybe old and scared, and the atmosphere of the night was just getting to him, he heard a single giggle. He quickly turned around, and in the corner of the room, some figure stood in complete darkness. Nothing but a crescent-shaped grin shone unnaturally through the dark. He approached cautiously, closer and closer. The voice sounded as if it had whispered directly into his ear. A cold fear gripped him. He doesn't remember anything else after that. I've taken to my grandfather's research. Legends have told that the grinning demon was a deed-doer, that delighted in giving people what they asked for when they summoned it, summoned via a tough and painful ritual, but it could manage to do most things asked of it. In return, you make a contract with the grinning demon. The price, your very being. Apparently it doesn't want to possess or hurt you, though. It just wants to talk. And one day, when the contract is up, it'll sweep you away into the night. At least that's how most of the stories go. Some do depict it in a much more lighthearted or gruesome way. I'm not a nice person. A sweet girl. I'll summon the demon and make my wish. That him and I can be by each other's sides for all eternity.
Hello. Are you tired?
I'll talk a bit more once the song's over here.
From hate, think of the future that we could create.
Face your fears today. There's a better way. Don't hesitate, it's not too late. Think of the better place we can create.
Face the facts today. There's a better way.
Like a tree.
There's a better way.
Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna skip to that there, but yeah.
There's a better way. There's a better way.
And there we go. We've gone through all the content in Close Your Eyes, as well as the blank slate and earlier version of Close Your Eyes. Not the Redux version, but you know, same thing. Now, there are things to talk about and more to be said. At the moment, Red Haze is the semi-sequel to Close Your Eyes, which we'll get to when we get to it. My hope is to release it in January. We'll see if that pulls through or not. I guess by the time you watch this, if it was in later January or February, you would know, or past that even. But anyways, there's more I could say, but I do think part of it is I don't want to say too much. But hopefully there's some interesting insight in here, and I guess this would be the 100% playthrough of everything there. It'll be interesting to see people's response to Red Haze in comparison to Close Your Eyes, because I can say it's very differently toned. I've learned a lot of things as well, and I'll see how that goes into motion. It's going for a very different sort of thing, so, but also in some ways similar. I guess we'll find out when it happens. Until then, I shall bid adieu to all of you. Hope you guys enjoyed this little developer commentary fun thing there. I know I said less about Girls Graveyard, but I just wanted to go through it. Until next time, adieu. Adieu all of you.